Good morning, good day and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen, on this very fine Monday? Hope you guys had a good weekend. I had a quite good weekend. I got a little bit drunk this weekend. I was really fucking hungover, so that wasn't too fun. But other than that, I'm doing good. Demo so far, obviously, for anyone who doesn't know, demo is out this very moment, so go and play it if you haven't. And for anyone that has played the demo, the only thing I ask is please go ahead and leave a review. That would mean a lot to me. But yeah, overall, so far, the demo is actually going really good. We are currently sitting at 32 reviews, 100% positive. And we've had a fair share of like streamers and stuff play the game. Obviously, as some of you know, we had once a really big Portuguese streamer played with like 2,000 viewers. Just the other day, I randomly found Heya, I think his username is. He's a French streamer who had like 800 viewers. On top of that, we also had Papa J-Dub stream it with like 100 viewers. Like overall, the demo is going really good. Got a few YouTube videos out as well. You know, not too shabby, not too shabby. So far, I am really thrilled, to be honest. And for anyone who doesn't know, today starts off the... I don't know when, because I don't think it has actually started yet, but today starts the Spook 4Fest, Stream 4Fest, whatever on Steam. Looking at the... like homepage at the moment, it doesn't seem like it's on, because I think this is like a front page festival as far as I'm aware. So we'll see how that goes as well. First and foremost, shout out to It's Flannelbeard with the raid during the intro, very much appreciated. What have you been working on, man? Flannelbeard is yet another developer on Twitch, so go and check him out if you haven't. First one in, none other than Keita. Second place we have Ameripon. And third, none other than Teabag. How you doing, guys? We also have gamedev in here. We have Pabender. We have Unity Coder Morjestaveli.
Hello.
Hope you all are doing good. Tommy Gaming, welcome in as well. Good to see you. Nemf. I saw some of you guys have already reviewed the demo on Steam, so thank you very much. That truly does mean a lot. It truly helps out. Hadouken, good to see you, man. How you doing? Also working on trying to finish and release my game. Let's go. Anything you want to share, Flannelbeard? Any links to anything? Feel free to do so. I'll play your game on stream on Wednesday. Let's go, man. I'll try and be there to check it out. Cheers, man. I appreciate it. Are people finally getting the safe puzzle now? Yeah. I think more people are getting it. I've seen, as some of you might be aware of, I have actually added another few hints to that puzzle. I'm not gonna go into specifics in case there's people in chat who still wanna play the demo. But there are definitely a few people who still get stuck even with the new hints. However, I have seen people actually use the new hints to figure it out. So I think the new stuff I did is helping at least bring the number up a little bit. But I would be lying if I said I didn't find anyone getting stuck on that one. But you know, overall, for the actual demo, I feel like we are doing really good. Like, currently, according to Steam, the median playtime is sitting at, like, last I checked, 28 minutes, which I think is pretty good. As far as I'm aware, that is a really good playtime for a demo. We've had, as I mentioned, like 32 reviews right now, which is really good. It hasn't been a full week yet. It would be really nice if maybe with this fest we would be able to hit 100. That would be a little bit of an uphill battle. But if we could hit 100 reviews during this following week, that should bode really well for this demo. So once again, I really do appreciate anyone who takes the time to play the demo as well as leave a review. But what I was actually going to say is, yeah, we have a median playtime of 28 minutes, which I think is really good. And according to the achievement data, because, you know, something I have spoken about before is the fact that one of the good things about adding achievements is that you can actually get more data without actually collecting data yourself, if that makes sense. So I can show this to you guys. Right now, we are sitting at 85.9% of players get into the manor, which I think is pretty good. Like, obviously you could definitely argue that you'd want, like, technically what this means is that, what, like 14% of players quit before they even get into the house, which isn't like when you just put it that way, it doesn't sound great, but looking at games overall, I actually think this is a pretty good rate at the moment. Because if you check something like Dark Souls, for example, like, it's something similar for like there's an achievement to reach the first bonfire. As far as I'm aware, in Dark Souls, I think that number is right around 90% as well. So this, I actually think having 86% of players get into the manor, I think is good. We are also sitting at 56% of players who actually complete the entire demo, which also means that they do, you know, manage to get the safe puzzle, which is definitely the trickiest one so far. And as far as I'm aware, this is really good as well. Like, I tried checking a little bit with ChatGPT, like, I gave him all the stats for my demo, and was like, what do you think, like, how are we performing here? And overall, it seems like having almost 60% complete the entire demo with a median playtime of 30 minutes is supposed to be really good. So, you know what, I'm feeling quite happy so far. For sure it's helping, yeah. By the way, I uploaded a jam game to H finally. Oh, did you? Link it, Nymph. Let me check it out. I will install it and give it a go. Thank you so much, Ameripon. That means a lot, man. I was trying to collect data using aggregate stats, but I think maybe I should put achievements. Yeah, I think the reason I like achievements is because I wouldn't want to collect any data without getting permission for it, because I am a little bit of one of those, like, privacy freaks, if you know what I mean. Like, if you ask me to give you my cookies, I'm not gonna give you my fucking cookies. Those cookies are mine, and I'm not sharing them. Do you know what I mean? And so, preferably, I don't wanna do that in my game. I know you can do it. Like, GMTK did it with his latest game. Like, when you boot that game up, you get the little screen pop up, like, are you okay with us collecting data, or whatever. But I find that achievements is a pretty good way of doing it without having to, you know, manually collect data yourself, because you still, depending on where you put achievements, you get quite, like, objective data from it, right? Speak of the devil, Papa J-Dub is in the house. What is up, man? How you doing? Good to see ya. If people don't finish the demo, they are fools, I say. Cheers, man. You should feel damn good about the game. As someone who's been playing nothing but horror variety for years, this one is an absolute chef's kiss. Thank you so much, Papa J-Dub. It truly does mean a lot. I did see you even went out of your way to leave a review on the game on Steam, so thank you very much. That does mean a lot. And yeah, your playthrough was a whole lot of fun. I did go back because obviously I was streaming while you were playing through it, so I was kind of peeking in a little bit here and there. But after the stream, I went back and looked through the entire thing again as well on your VOD, and yeah, it was a lot of fun seeing you play it. So for anyone who doesn't know, J-Dub is yet another streamer here on Twitch. And as I mentioned, he did recently play through the demo on stream. Really, really good shit, so go and check him out if you haven't. He's a very wholesome guy, you know. I almost got a little bit touched when you were playing the game, you know. You were saying some very, very kind words, and, you know, I almost a little fucking tear in my eye, man. Cheers. I do appreciate ya. In fact, be right back on a play. Thank you, Emerpon. Post it in the Show Your Watch channel. Do that as well, Nymph. Feels quite high considering how much you have to do to get in. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Just like, get into the... I would say it's fairly similar, maybe. Maybe even slightly harder than getting the first bonfire in Dark Souls. And like I said, I think last time I checked, I think like 90% of players get to the first bonfire. Although, like, of course you'd want it to be 100%, right? But you have to be realistic, that's never gonna be the case. Link the fire does here, and Kindle, light bonfire. Ah, okay, it's even higher actually, it's 96% on Dark Souls. But I think you could argue that getting into the house in my game is a bit more work than just lighting the first bonfire. However, with that being said, I think there are improvements I could do on the outside section. I think it is a little bit... like, it feels a little bit like the game kind of starts for real once you get inside. I definitely think for the full game, I'm gonna try and make sure that the outside section is even a bit more engaging. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna try. This is also, there's a little bit of backtracking or whatever, like you kind of have to go all the way. Most people end up going all the way to one side, all the way to the other, and then all the way back. Like, it is a little bit long that way. However, I think that's good, because I also want to, you know, I want to tease them with certain things before they get in, like the chest and so on, for the people who have played the demo. Like, I want people to have seen that before they get into the house, and so that when they unlock the shortcut, it's like, ooh, I'm back here now, blah blah. You know, all of those things. So it's a little bit tricky, but I'm gonna see what we can do to make it as engaging as possible. We did do one pretty big update. Some feedback from J-Dub's playthrough. I did go back and fix that padlock issue. I think that was a pretty big issue. The padlock just wasn't reading enough as a padlock, and then there was the chance of being able to misclick and try to like unlock the door instead, which that should never have been the case. But that is fixed now, which I think is very good. The amount of people who instantly clocked the fact that it's a padlock is way higher. Yeah, because this is what we had before, right? This is what we had before. So this was supposed to be like a chain and a little padlock, and I just don't think it read well enough. Like, I was surprised at the amount of people who realized this was a padlock after finding it on the map or whatever. But I think it makes sense, because, you know, very few pixels, like, it's very much understandable. I think what I decided to do instead was to completely remove the chain, and then, obviously I don't have a lot of pixels to play around with, but we did make the padlock slightly bigger too, so I could kind of get the general shape to read a little bit better, which I think is a good improvement. David, welcome in, man. I played as far as I could get. How far did you get, David? But of course, try to help as much as one can. Cheers, man. Gotta support the arts. More engaging, all you need is more stuff to smash with the hammer, but jokes aside, I absolutely love the sound design. Cheers, man. Yeah, Linda's done a great job with the audio design. It's definitely one of the strengths, and you really need it for this type of game as well. I think when it comes to horror games, like, sound really is like one of the more important things. Because it's the thing that sells, like, the atmosphere and the immersion and all of that, right? Maybe even especially for a game like mine with such a, like, minimalistic art style. Because the other way you can kind of sell that is by having, like, hyper-realistic graphics or whatever. But obviously that's not the case in our game. Wakacha, welcome in. Not enough anime boobs. I knew you'd say it. I saw that you changed your review. That was a bit funny. I think Steam kinda tried to filter out that review. I think Steam thought your review was a bit too inappropriate. Took me some time to realize it was a padlock. Yeah, no, and that was the case for a lot of people. So I think the new update reads a lot better. So this is what it looks like now. I think now we have a lot more of, like, the kind of clear shape. I did kind of like the style of the chain hanging down or whatever, but I think, you know, the most important thing is to try and make sure that people's experience are smoother, and I think this is gonna read a lot better for people. And you know, speaking of the hammer though, you're actually right, J-Dub. The amount of people who have been like memeing around with the hammer and stuff is way higher than I thought it was gonna be. And I think what I'm gonna have to do at the end is we're gonna have to make a lot more stuff interactable with the hammer. I mean, I do have a fair share of interactions with the hammer, but I think we need more. The only issue is that you do need to keep it a little bit like on a balance, right? Because I think Cheetah was the one who said it before. The only thing you could argue could be a problem here is that smashing stuff with the hammer is a little bit too much fun. And maybe even to the point where it could potentially take away from the tension in the game. Because it kind of, you get these silly moments where you just go, oh, fuck it, I'll smash everything with the hammer instead, you know? And so far, I wouldn't say that seems to be a problem from like the playtests and the people I've seen streaming the game and making YouTube videos and stuff. So it might be fine, but it's something to maybe keep in mind. Like, we can't have it get too silly. Like, the hidden little fly thing as well in the game is also one of those, like, I have a few pretty silly things in some places, which I think when it's a horror game, you need to be a little bit, like, cautious with that stuff. Make sure it never ends up too silly to the point where it kind of ruins the immersion or whatever. But so far, I think we're doing fine, even with that stuff. There's a saying in film, sound trumps image. You can forgive an image if the sound is impeccable, but it doesn't work the other way around. Yeah, I think that is very true. I had to. Yeah, way better. I think so. If I recall right, up to the safe in the house, I think, yeah, that is the place where most people get stuck. The safe is definitely the... There are a few moments where a couple of people might get stuck for a little bit, but in general, it seems like the safe puzzle is kind of the one where most people get like proper stuck. Well, not in terms of like the majority, like the majority of people still get past it, right? But it's definitely when out of the people who get stuck, that's where most of them get stuck. Does that make sense? I'm explaining this in such a shitty way, man. Much better, yes, cheers, man. I don't really like reviews, so most of my reviews are just jokes, but I had to make it real for you. Thank you very much, I do appreciate it. Achievement for things damaged by the hammer. Yeah, I think we're gonna need some achievement with the hammer. Potentially, I don't know if we should have like smash literally everything in the game, but potentially do something where like if you smash every window you can see in the entire game, maybe then you get an achievement. I'm not gonna do more achievements for the demo, because I think you wanna keep it to a bit of a, you know, lower amount for something like a demo, but for the full game I want to have quite a lot of achievements, and I think something with the hammer is a good shout. Also, J-Dub, out of curiosity, do you have a YouTube channel as well? Do you post stuff to YouTube, or are you mainly streaming? And I also remember, I don't think I ever responded to it, but you asked me how I found your channel. I'm fairly certain that you might have recently played some point-and-click game, like Rusty Lake, some Rusty Lake game or something. Because I know I was looking at Solid Gnome, a website, looking at trying to find streamers who had recently played point-and-click games. Because although my game is a horror game, I don't think every horror fan would enjoy it. Like, I think there's kind of more similarities with general point-and-click games. So, just in case you were curious, I'm fairly certain that's how I found you. Yeah, you have to track how many windows and barrels were broken? Yeah, pretty much. I smashed many things with the hammer, a lot of people did. Just make it so the sound summons the monster. I already have a system for that. I do have a... Like, even in the Game Jam version, sound, like your own sound actually had like gameplay impact, where if you made a loud noise, that would actually draw the attention. That's not in the demo at the moment, but it's very possible that we might get something similar in the full game. I actually, yesterday, I think I figured out pretty much exactly the kind of the progression through the story and through the game I want, so I'm very excited to start working on the content for For the full game as well. What is up, Strom? Welcome in. Verity, good to have you as well. And Jin, nice to see ya. Obviously, we already have more content, right? Like the full game at the moment is at least twice as long as the demo. I think maybe even a little bit more. Because, you know, we have like the whole basement section and stuff like that that's in the full game. That's not part of the demo. But yeah, we definitely have more content we're gonna need to do. People having so much fun smashing all the windows. They really do. What is up, Toxic? Good to see you again. The VHS thing isn't really a reason for the puzzle answer. Like, we don't know why the date is important. I would disagree. But I think this is an issue where I think I might have to make some tweaks for the people who don't clock it. But there is there is supposed to be a very clear reason for why that is the answer. But it's something where, like, that is kind of the issue at the moment, right? Which I don't know how much of an issue it is, to be honest. But, you know, some people, they get it eventually. A few people get it first try, but not a lot of them. But the issue is that for the people who do get stuck there, they tend to get, like, really stuck. The issue is that I don't know how much easier I want to make it. Do you know what I mean? Because in the end, this is also a puzzle game. And if every puzzle in the game is super easy, it's not really a puzzle. And, like, the thing is, from watching people play the game, the people who do, like, get that whole puzzle thing, they tend to really enjoy it instead. So I'm, like, scared of making it too easy to the point of maybe, you know, sacrificing the experience of the people who do get it. Basically, which still is the majority, right? The majority of the people do figure out that puzzle. And, like, I don't know if I want to sacrifice their experience too much for the sake of, like, the minority who don't get past it. Does that make sense? Way too wonky. Welcome in, man. Good to have ya. Just joined the stream. What kind of game are you making? I am working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. We just released a demo a couple of days ago, so you can check it out right here on Steam if you're interested. I thought the book's initial were a clue. I struggled with those. Yeah, that did end up being a bit of a red herring as well. Did I miss some text? Like, I did not notice anything in the lore to indicate it. For me, it was logical. Interesting. Just seeing numbers that calculate them automatically. Yeah. Okay, so that's interesting. You probably missed the text then, because there are more hints in. I would say there are 2 more hints in the game that's supposed to, like, push you in the right direction. And I would assume from what it sounds like, potentially you missed, like, the big one. But it's interesting to see that you still got it, because I think that's the issue where some people even get all of the hints, but then they still don't, like, clock the fact that there's more to it. Do you know what I mean? Just so they won't forget it. Well, that is the clue. But I think this is it, where it's a fairly... It's a relatively vague one, right? I'm not being, like, super direct. I could be way more direct and say exactly what it is. But that's the thing where at some point it's like, how easy do I want to make it, right? But that's the thing, Wakacha. This is where I'm not entirely sure if I agree, because most people understand it. Like, I think most people clock exactly what that is a reference to, with, like, the other lore stuff that's in the game. Like, it's all kind of supposed to be pointing you to realize, like, the connection between it all. But then, once again, like, because the issue here that I found is that if I tell you exactly what this represents, it's not a puzzle anymore. There's no, like, figuring out for you to do, which I think is, like, partly the fun in these type of games, right? Like, if I just tell you, this is exactly what happened, this is what this thing means, this is why you need this, etc. Like, I feel like that takes away from kind of the experience of the player. Just like, generally speaking, I think like looking around in the house, reading documents and stuff, like I feel like there should be enough hints to point you in the direction. What's that weird strap thing on a dumbwaiter? Kidding, looks like the new easy to recognize padlock. Indeed it is. What is up, Jamie, how you doing, man? Thank you very much for playing the game on stream the other day. Appreciate it, man. I played close to 2 hours, but not because of the puzzles, I was just scared poopless. It took me just a bit to figure out the safe puzzles. What took me way longer was finding the key to the attic. Overlooked it all the time. Oh, interesting. I saw more having trouble with unlocking this one. Because there's that section where you kind of have to realize that, oh, maybe I can do this thing again, right? Which I think some people got like a little bit... Like, I think some people just assume that there wouldn't be another use case for it. I know I'm speaking very, like, I'm trying to not, like, at least yet, give away every single detail in case people haven't played it yet. But I think most of you know what I'm talking about. I mean, storytelling, you need a reason for things. Like, just telling my son's birthday or something like that. The puzzle itself was not the problem, just the lore parts. I don't know. I'm unsure if I agree here, Wakacha. To be very clear, I'm not saying that your feedback isn't important. It's very good for me to get these slight feedback points. But it's one of these things where I can't make drastic changes because of one feedback point, if that makes sense. Like, if I start hearing this from a lot of people, it very much might be the case that it's something we need to look into. But so far from what I've been able to see, I actually think that the majority of people have clocked like exactly what that is referring to. Then again, I might have missed something. It took me 11 minutes to finish it. Yeah, that is way quicker than most people play it. So it's very, very possible that that might be a factor as well. I think right now the median playtime on Steam is 28 minutes. So you're like a third of that. So that is a fairly quick playthrough. I think the page from Ed is a big hint towards the tape. Exactly, and that's what it's supposed to be. Like, that is the main hint, which is supposed to give you the idea of what you're looking for, right? And then I added some extra hints for the people who are struggling. But as you said, Verity, like, that one is like, that's the real hint. That's the one that should point you in the right direction. But once again, I'm very much aware of the fact that, like, I could be more direct. I'm just unsure how direct I want to be, because I think you go to a point where you don't get, like, basically you get, like, diminishing value from it or whatever. Like, I think it's if everything is too clear, you lose, like, the mystery aspect of it. There's no figuring out for the player to do, and that's, like, the fun part. Like, because I've had other playtesters who come to me and say, like, the safe puzzle made me feel like the smartest guy in the world because I managed to figure this out. And like that's the experience where if I made it too obvious, I'm gonna ruin that experience for those people. Do you know what I mean? My favorite part of the playtest was turning my head to my other monitor to take notes when a jump scare happened and then realizing I missed the jump scare. Yeah, that was very funny. That guy Doru, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, man. Yeah, shout out to Gamian, yet another game developer here on Twitch. As I mentioned, he recently very kindly played through the demo on his stream as well. Go and check him out if you haven't. Only reason why I play horror games is the lore, so I might be just a boomer. But that's the thing, like here, I don't know if it's maybe that you would consider the lore to be too vague or ambiguous, but just there is lore in the game, which is tied to, like, the puzzles and the gameplay in some regard. But it's the thing where, like, I don't want this to be a clear, super obvious. Like, I want there to be speculation. I want there to be some mystery for the player to actually figure out, like, in your own head, rather than just... I just think that it's way less fun if I just give you all the information on a silver platter. I feel like that would kind of ruin the experience a bit in a game like this. That's my opinion as well. I'm interested to see what you guys think though, but I think that's the case. Like, even a game like, obviously a bit different here, but if you take something like Five Nights at Freddy's or like Dark Souls, like, I think one of the reasons why those games have so much, like, you know, speculative, whatever, content on like YouTube and stuff, and why people get like so into them is partly because they are so, like, the story and the lore is rather like vague and ambiguous. Like, you kind of have to look for it yourself. It isn't just presented to you in like a clear text, like just face value. This is what's happening. This is what you should think right now. Do you know what I mean? And that's I'm kind of trying to capture that thing a little bit. I played it, scared me somehow. Jesus, mate. Cubes out, thank you very much for playing the demo. Really do appreciate it. For anyone who is playing the demo or has played the demo, please make sure to leave a review. It is the #1 way to support the development right now. If we can somehow manage to hit 100 reviews in like the next following week or something, that would be amazing for the game. So any review will be truly appreciated. Faster than my 40 minutes. Yeah, but to be fair, 40 minutes is closer to the average, or at least to the median, I should say. Having 5 minutes on my playtime was just using the hammer on absolutely everything, yeah. Feels so nostalgic to play for some reason. I think that makes sense, just I think point and click in general is a quite like classic genre, if you know what I mean. I'm the one reading every letter in Silent Hill. I do that in all games. I will I actually talk and listen to the random shit that Skyrim NPCs tell you, where like 90% of players are just gonna skip through it. I actually like, what does this person have to say? Like, I quite enjoy that stuff. I know that I think we might be in the minority here. I think most people just wanna get on with the game, but I quite enjoy really considering all those like details in the game and stuff. Nice beard following, cheers man. How do people pause by the piano without spending 45 minutes figuring out the keyboard controls? So you changed a bit in the game, then I'll take a look again. Need to get over to 2 hours. Master procrastinator here, let's go. Yeah, we've done a few changes. Nothing like major, but just like some tweaks to make the experience a little bit smoother. I did post it on the Discord, didn't I? Updates. This was the first update we did. One kind of big thing I did is that I actually increased the brightness quite a lot in the game. I increased the brightness by like 50% or something, which I think this is something that potentially some people wouldn't like. Obviously the good thing here is that you can always change your brightness, but like the default brightness and like the target brightness when you try to, you know, fix it with those images or whatever is way higher now. And I think this is a good thing overall, because the main issue I find when the game is too dark is that it doesn't look good when you're watching someone else play. It feels good when you play yourself, I think at least. But if you are watching like a YouTube video or a streamer play something, especially on phone, because those tend to be even darker, it's not very engaging when like 95% of the screen is like super dark and you barely can't see shit of what's going on. So that's one kind of big change I did, partly because of J-Dub, to be honest. Because when he played the game, he instantly said like, you know, brushed off those images completely and just maxed up the brightness and then started playing. And unironically, while looking at that, I was like, you know what? On stream, the game actually looks way better when you have it brighter. So I was like, fuck it, you know what, I'm just gonna make the entire game, like, I just, you know, tweak the post-processing and just up the brightness by quite a bit. Horror games scare me. Me as well, ironically. I am an absolute coward when it comes to horror games. That demo was so much fun, it was hard to quit because I was immersed in the mystery and the dark, scary ambience. I still think about the dead ends that will be open in the full version. Cheers, man. I'm very glad to hear that, Damien. The key is to not be able to play even Happy Birthday. The only sad thing with the piano is that obviously I don't teach to players that they can play with the actual, like, your own keyboard. Which I think could make it a bit more fun, but... just a lot of people do miss that. Like, they just click on the keys and then call it a day, you know? But I also don't know if I want to have, like, a... I mean, I could do, like, a little tutorial pop-up that says you can also play with your keyboard, but... I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. Smash some chords, realized I wasn't going anywhere and moved on. Not asking ever information, but hinting on something, more like a burnt letter. I still remember that birthday was the moment when I, like, hinting on something in the lore. But that's... I don't think that's the right way here. Because you're trying to hint on the thing that's unimportant, if you know what I mean. Like, I think that's gonna make it even trickier for people. Isn't it about time to learn how you've been stalked by someone in the story mansion? Might be your last chance. Games like that take up so much of my time because I look at everything. I enjoy it when it's good. I will start skipping if it's bad. Yeah. I like that the game isn't a hidden treasure, like find a tiny object buried in a giant scene game. If it were, it's so minimalistic that it wouldn't be hard to find. Yeah. Now, I think I very much want to try and make sure that this game doesn't become like a, you know, pixel hunting game where you have to find like that one little pixel to click on in a scene, because I think that... I don't think that's good for a game like this. I try to be very forgiving with like the hitboxes, and I try to make sure that it's never about like just like catching the glimpse of that like 2 pixel thing, because I know from earlier playtesting and stuff that it just, so many people miss it and it's just not that fun. Yeah, the books or games are better readable on the shelf. Do you mean with the new brightness? Yeah. For me, it felt that the VHS was just some random video, but it kind of is. It's kind of supposed to be just a random video, because like, technically that one shouldn't be important, if you know what I mean. Like, is it important for, like, the figuring out the puzzle? Yeah, like, it's a piece of the puzzle, right? But, okay. So, spoiler alert for the next minute. If you haven't played the game yet and you want to solve the puzzles on your own, then, I don't know, mute for like a minute or so. I'll do a little thumbs up when I'm done. Basically what I'm trying to say here, Wakacha, is that the VHS is just a random video. Because there's, like, the VHS is not supposed to show you something that actually is important. Like, the puzzle piece you're supposed to technically get out of it, at most, is like the day and month of the birthday. Because what is important about the 3rd birthday? Nothing. Is like, that's not the special thing, right? Like the letter you read when Ed basically says something like, I changed the code to something I could never forget. That's supposed to hint to the fact that it's something that a father could never forget. Like, what is a date that would mean so much to someone that they literally never could forget it? And that's not where you're supposed to go, oh, the 3rd birthday, because that's not the special date, right? Like, the special date is the day where your like kid was born, right? Like, that's the one that means the most. So it's kind of, it is like related to it, but like technically speaking, if we're gonna be very like pedantic about it. Like what is actually shown on the VHS isn't really the important thing in that sense. But no idea he was a father. Like the VHS should have been about his birthday. But then, like, because there's other things that point to this. Like, did you not look at the family photo, for example? Because there's a family photo that is supposed to show the family, and that one has a second hint where it actually shows you the correct year. Because that's the year when they were born, right? Okay, that one I skipped. Yeah, so I think like what I'm trying to say here is that I think there are enough hints that should point you in the right direction but you do have to spend some like mental energy to actually figure it out, right? Because I think if the note would say I changed the code to something I could never forget, the first birthday of this person, blah blah blah. Like at what point is it no longer a puzzle? Like it's gonna become way too obvious instead, which I think is I think that is way worse in my opinion. And also I think that even if some people, like your experience for example, Bakacha, I don't know if that's necessarily a problem. Because basically what I'm thinking here is that you might be able to kind of brute force it with your automatic calculation as you said, but this might still create discourse about the game. Because now the people who have that experience might be like, okay, I did figure this out but I don't really understand why, and now they start talking about it, and then you can still get that aha moment later when you realize, when you like put all the pieces together, like, oh, that's why I had to do that, because it was this, blah, blah, blah. And I think that's a pretty, like, I think that's good as well. Like, I think getting discourse and people, like, speculating about stuff is, I think that's one of the greater things we could try and get in a game like this. Like, it's part of the reason why Five Nights at Freddy's is so popular, right? Because people, and Dark Souls as well, like, all the speculation around the lore and story. That wouldn't be the case if it was super obvious and given to you on a silver platter. That's basically my argument. Okay, I think we're done with the spoilers. What about the other letter? I couldn't connect it to anything. The other letter has a lot more lore connections as well, but it's also one of those where, like, you're never gonna get everything right now, right? Because this is also the demo. Like, it's gonna tie into more stuff later on. Like, quite a few things in the demo right now are, like, hints and references to stuff, but you're probably not gonna figure it out because it's not in the demo. Like, that is stuff that also ties into the full game, if you know what I mean. If it's for the lore and you were missing the photo, that for sure helps to relate them. Oh, you mean, yeah. No, that is true. That, if you're talking about the second one, yeah, that one can still tie into, basically connect the other stuff as well. We want more? Yeah, we're gonna sort out more. I didn't think much of the past house residents, but I liked that at the end it all clicked into place in my head, yeah. And I think that's kind of what I mean, like, nothing... Like, whether that happens instantly, like, whether that, like, the connections click instantly or a bit further into the game and stuff, I actually don't think that matters too much, as long as you kind of eventually put it together. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you manage to brute force a few puzzles early on and still, like, connect stuff later, I think that's still fine. It's not in your inventory, Wakacha. It's, that one is just environmental, or whatever you want to call it. Something I might make, though, something I might tweak, is actually to make it a little bit easier to not miss that one. Which I have a pretty good way of doing, because right now you have to click on one very specific object. I think I'm going to change it so that you can click on the entire part of it, if you know what I mean. But I think you should be able to click here as well. Because when you walk up, you can see both of these, right? So I think all of this should be the hitbox. That's gonna make it easier for people to spot it as well. I have written down some more things I want to tweak from what I've seen and heard from people playing the demo. One thing that no one has actually said, but something that I've seen a lot of people try and something I feel like I need to fix, is actually in the main hall. And this makes a lot of sense. I don't know why I never thought about this before. But a lot of people here will try to walk upstairs by clicking here, which doesn't work. And I think that's very natural, right? Because you want to, like, you click where you want to go into this room, right? But right now you have to click on the stairs, which feels a little bit, I understand why for some people this might feel like you're kinda clicking on the middleman, if you know what I mean. So I think we should make a third hitbox, invisible hitbox up here, where you can actually go up by just clicking upstairs. Because I've seen a fair amount of people try to click here and then go, oh, I have to click here. No one has like actually said it out loud, but it's one of them things where after you've seen enough people try to do it, I'm like, okay, people expect that to work, so I need to make it work. Do you know what I mean? Just finished my positive review, going to large as I ramp into my AAA workday. No worries, Jamie, thank you very much for the review, truly does mean a lot. And good luck with the work. I moved too fast or something like that, yeah. And this is what I mean, like, I want to be very clear, Wakacha. I am by no means trying to just brush off your feedback here and say, like, this is not important. I think it is. Like, the data points are always going to be important. But I also think when it comes to feedback in general for anyone who's making a game, I think it's very important to consider like the amount of people this is a problem for. And like basically to try and gauge how big of an issue this is. Do you know what I mean? And from right now, what I've been able to see, I don't think this is a big problem. If I start noticing more people having similar feedback, then we might have to tweak something. Just finished the demo, the final scare got me good. Thank you so much for playing way too wonky. I hope you enjoyed it. Made sure to leave a review, it would mean a lot to me. Yeah, I forgot to write about that, but I felt that. Yeah, I noticed a lot of people try to click here, which I think is completely logical. You could almost even argue that it makes more sense to click here. Because it's like, this is where you want to go. Like, you don't want to go to the stairs, you want to go upstairs, right? So it feels like you should be able to click here to go up as well. So that is something I want to fix. Son of the final jump scare, did it get you, Ameripon? I'm actually quite happy with that one. I'm quite happy with that one. Reminds me of the game Gone Home, but more nostalgic and scary. I like the mini stuff, like the locked door in the garage. If you open and close it again and then go around the garage, it's closed again, but not locked. Those mini aspects make the atmosphere immersive. Yeah, just at one point I was actually mirroring those doors, so that if you open it from one side and then went through, it was now open on the other side too. But like the like failed realism in that kind of messed too much with my slightly neurodivergent mind, so I was like, I can't have it this way. Which is what that would mean, is that you open the door, you walk through, you close it, and then you open it, which, why would you do that? So I made it just like, basically both doors just, you know, keeps a reference to the other one's state to know how you should display. So if it's closed, it's gonna be closed on both sides. If it's open, then it's only open on one side, which I think I prefer it that way. It got me. I'll leave some feedback now. Thank you very much, Ameripon. Okay, so what do I want to do? I want to make it so you can click upstairs, or you can go upstairs by clicking above them. I want to improve the art in the dumbwaiter, just that one. I noticed that it doesn't read well enough for a lot of people. Some minimum display time for tutorial tips would be nice. Potentially remove the abbreviations on the books. Display final speedrun timer would be nice. There were more things. Shit, I haven't been writing everything down. There were other things I wanted to fix. Oh yeah, the shelf hitbox. The one by the clock, I think you should be able to click on anything. Those are some of the bigger things. I also wonder about like the cake, for example. If I should try and make that one read. Yeah, I think I actually do want to improve the cake art. Just there is some issues there as well, where some people start like counting the sprinkles and stuff. Now, you could argue that sometimes red herrings in games doesn't necessarily have to be bad, but I think I could make that one read a little bit better and not have... There's enough things to distract you already, so I think that we could make it a little bit... I think we could improve it. Maybe add some more candles just to make it look better as well. What else? I think those are the main things first, at least. What is... I think this is the most important. Let's see, what do I have here? That is a... Is that a 2 pixel gap? No, it's a 3 pixel gap. And then I think I have a double... What do I have here? Yeah, those are 2 separate book prefabs. We're gonna duplicate those, just otherwise it won't be in the correct perspective. So I am going to take... Let's see, which photo is that? That is this one. I'm gonna make this into one big object. And then it should be this one. 1, 2, 3. Let's see, that one connects like so. So let me actually do this. We're gonna paste this again. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's right. And then I'm gonna do this. So now we can have this, like the entire part basically be the shelf. I think I would prefer that. You forgot the anti-jump scare cheat code for me? Damn, I was gonna do that one, I completely forgot about it, man. Crit, welcome in, man, how you doing? Hello, I saw the reviews. Count grew even more, good job, thank you so much, Crit. And I did see your review as well, thank you very much, man. Truly does mean a lot. Yeah, so far we are actually doing quite good. We are currently sitting at 32 reviews. Not too shabby, if I may say so myself. Not too shabby at all. So it would be insane if we can manage to get this up to 100 in like, maybe during this fest, that would be fucking amazing. Because as far as I'm aware, there might be a little push if you manage to hit 100. But I don't understand this. When does the fest actually start? Because there's nothing on the main store page now. It's supposed to start today. And I'm almost certain this is a front page festival, right? Do we have some horror game here? This is like horror theme, isn't it? Games under 5 hours. Oh, interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Okay, let's see. So now we want this one. I am going to... I think I'm gonna unpack that one. Yeah, because this is indeed a prefab. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. We're gonna take this prefab, we're gonna unpack it, and then we're gonna call this books and painting. Instead, we are going to get the new sprite. Because this is one of the things that, you know, could make slightly less people miss this. That's probably fine though, isn't it? Yeah. I don't think we need much of a buffer around it. Books and painting. Maybe this should be called books and photo, but oh well. Gonna set native size. Why can I not move this one? There we go. And I'm gonna put you right around here. So 70 on the dot. Now we should be able to get rid of these books. And with that we should have a quite a lot bigger hitbox, which I also think makes sense since you see both when you walk up to it. Yeah. I think I prefer that. I think that's better. Short puzzle, forgot about it. Could you even finish it? I don't know. Could you? What I can say certainly is that there are quite a few things in the demo that you can't solve. I think it's important to still show them though. Because I find that like you want to tease the full game as well, right? Do you know what I mean? Like it leaves something for the full game. Agent Sausage, welcome in, man. Good to have ya. I was making a 2D game in Unity. I thought it was mostly a 3D engine. I think it is great. I have not really any complaints whatsoever. I think Unity has been quite focused on both 3D and 2D. I would say, from my understanding, but keep in mind that this is coming from someone who has only used Unity. But as far as I'm aware, I think Unreal might be a little bit more that way, where I know you can make 2D games in Unreal Engine, but that one seems to have a lot more of a focus on 3D. I would say that Unity is quite balanced. There's a lot of 2D games made in Unity. Hollow Knight being one of them, right? They switched to Unity. The picture glow a little, like I really miss seeing it, just feel it. It does glow. At least a small one, or do you mean when you walk up to it? You can make 2D games easily with paper plugin. Yeah, I know you can make 2, but it seems I would... If we put it this way instead, maybe. If you would look at the groups of game developers, I think 2D devs are a big portion of the Unity developer group compared to what it would be in Unreal Engine. I feel like that's probably fair to say. The issue making it glow though, Wakacha, is that I reserved glowing for interactable objects. So I can do that, but then I feel like it has to be interactable. Which I could certainly make some interaction there. But if all you can do is look on it, then I don't want to make it glow. Because the whole glowing thing is kind of supposed to be like a visual feedback thing, that this is something you can interact with. What did I do? Oh, did I not? Oh, shelf hitbox. That one is done though. I want to fix this. I think that would be pretty good. So I don't want... It would be weird if you hover here and the stairs light up, wouldn't it? I feel like that would feel a bit odd. I think I'm just gonna have a separate hitbox. Because yeah, I wouldn't want to hold here and have this stair also be... Because I could make this one big hitbox, but then both of these are gonna be highlighted. I don't think I want that. So I think we're just gonna do a hidden hitbox here. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So let's duplicate this one. I'm just gonna call this upstairs. I am going to remove the sprites. I'm going to center you. Make you like 150? No. 140? 30? 32. Maybe something like that. Maybe 50 tall. That's too much. I'm just gonna brute force this. 40. We're getting there. Now you will be able to click on this as well. Is that gonna be weird? I could just put a blocker there if I want to. That's fine. Okay, I need 2 more pixels on the height. Nope. That should be good. Let me get my thingy. Okay, 68.5. Yeah. That looks good to me. Let's make you slightly transparent at the moment. So this is the other hitbox where you could walk upstairs, but then I think I want to block this. I think it would feel weird to click like on the barrier here and be able to walk through. That feels odd. So I think we're gonna make a new image below this one, which is like 80, maybe 88 wide. Yeah, we just do something like this. Well, this is going to be a raycast target. Oh wait, can I actually have you be a child object, or are you gonna inherit the hitbox of this one? I think that might be the case. Might have to put you here and then give both of these a parent object. Call this one upstairs. I'm gonna call this one hitbox. And I'm gonna call this one blocker. Let me catch up with chat here. Maybe some kind of cheats, like way like making the flashlight glow a little bit brighter. maybe. I'm scared that the end result is gonna be the same. Like if the flashlight lights up brighter, it would still kind of look like it's being highlighted the same way. Joey boy, welcome in, man. Ei, cara, eu realmente gosto do seu conteúdo. Tenho algumas informações importantes relacionadas à sua transmissão que não posso compartilhar aqui. Você se importaria de me adicionar no Discord? Não, não faz mal. Como se diz? Envie-me uma mensagem no Discord. Tá bem. Podes entrar aqui. I would just think it would be natural if all three glow, but it's just preference. In old school clicking point, it would be everything glowing with newer ones. They might be separate, like separate the glowing. Wait, like in old school clicking point, it would be everything glowing with newer ones. They might separate the glowing. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm fully understanding. The issue for me here is just consistency. I value consistency too much, and I only highlight interactable objects. So if I'm at one point in the game highlighting something that isn't interactable, I feel like that's an inconsistency that I don't think I would want. What I could do is actually make it interactable. Maybe you have to like turn the photo or something. You know, something like that. I could be potentially do. How you beach up? I'm doing well, Jin. How are you? Thank you very much. I saw your review as well, Jin. Means a lot. I was fine with just the photo glowing. To get close to the shelf, it made clear that was the main thing to look at. Yeah, that's a good point actually, Nymph. Because the issue now, when the entire thing glows, that could make the books seem more important, to be honest. Which might actually be a problem. That's a fair point. Oh, you know what we could do? I could make the hitbox bigger for the photo, but still only have the photo glow. I could do that as well. Because the thing is that I think it would be good to still make the hitbox bigger, because I've seen a few people who even were struggling with the related puzzle, who ended up like just about missing the hitbox, so that they never walked up to it. And I'm like, I think that one could have helped them. Do you know what I mean? But maybe I could make the hitbox bigger, but still only have the painting glow. I also think something we could do as well is, which I have considered before, is to remove the abbreviations on the books. Because the abbreviations are the main red herring, right? And if we got rid of those, I don't think the books are gonna trip people up as much. Brunin, welcome in. How you doing, man? Hope you had a good weekend. Just played the demo yesterday. It scared the hell out of me. Thank you so much for playing the game, man. I hope you enjoyed it. Made sure to leave a review if you did. I would very much appreciate it. I know I keep repeating myself about this stuff, but truly, like, right now, reviews for the demo is like the most important thing. It's the main way to support the development. So anyone that takes the time to leave a review, I truly do appreciate it. Send a long chunk of feedback via the form. I hope it's helpful. Thank you very much, Ameripon. I'll look it over. Talking about the stairs? Wait. Oh, like I also click and points, it would be everything glowing with newer ones that might separately. Okay. That one was about the stairs, I see. I think it would be natural if all three glow, but it's just preference. We could try it. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. I'm gonna go and get a bit of coffee during the break, but thank you for your patience. Also, welcome in, man. Achtung, nice to have you. With the interactable items, only glow when you shine over them with the flashlights. Oh wait, do you mean that they wouldn't glow if you don't have the flashlight on? Is that what you're saying? With going up, all the click and point games highlighted the stairs and the upper room at the same time. Newer ones often separate highlights with every part. Interesting. Okay, I think we're gonna try this. We should try and make this entire thing one big hitbox too. But we're almost done. Let's try this, and I'm up for trying that. I feel like, personally, I would find it a bit odd holding here and having this be highlighted. But it might be one of those things you just have to try and see. Are you okay with me going through your feedback on Stream Ameripon?
Jinx challenges the community to a marble race.
Let's do it! First, let me go and get some coffee, and I will be right back. And then we boot up the marble race. Cheers. And on that note, we are back. Sorry guys, it ended up taking a little bit longer than I meant for. Ironically, I tried to be quick, and that made me spill my coffee, so yeah. But we are back with coffee in hand, all good. How you doing, Arthur? How was your weekend? They wouldn't unless the flashlight is on, so we kinda have to use the flashlight. Have to have the flashlight on and within a small radius of the cursor. Something very subtle. Yeah, maybe. You know, one of the good things about doing something like that is that it would give even more benefit of actually using the flashlight. Since now I notice that a few people become very... They start min-maxing a lot, right? Which basically means that they keep the flashlight off as much as possible. Which wasn't really my intention. Because I don't know personally if that is fun.
Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Rip coffee.
True, very true. Like, I don't know if it's specifically like an enjoyable thing to constantly think too much about it. Yeah, I kept the flashlight off as much as possible in my feedback, yeah. Totally min-maxing, yeah. A lot of people did, and like, the thing that I did in this game here is that as some of you might be aware, because this I've also gotten feedback for, you find quite a lot of batteries, right? Part of the reason why you find so many batteries are because I don't want people to run around with the flashlight being too low, but I know that if you only have one battery in your backpack, then you kinda, I don't want to waste it unless I have to. But the game ends up being even darker. If someone is streaming it or playing it on YouTube or whatever, the game doesn't look as good when it's too dark. So I kind of want people to have the flashlight on. So we'll see. There's definitely gonna be some tweaks here. One thing I did to try and incentivize people to charge the flashlight more is that before it wouldn't reach... The display parts wouldn't actually get red until you were at like 30% or lower. Now it starts at 50% charge, it turns red. Because that's the point where you can put in a battery without wasting any of the, you know, extra charge or whatever. But with that being said, I am still not entirely sure about the battery system. It's even possible that I might scrap the entire thing. It's not impossible, because the annoying thing here is that, as I've spoken about before, the main thing I like about the battery system in the game actually doesn't have anything to do with the flashlight. Like, it is a fairly superficial system, especially when you keep in mind, I don't know, some people might not even be aware of this, but you can't even lose. Like, there's no lose condition to it. Like, if your flashlight reaches down all the way, you just have shit light. Like, that is literally the end result. Like, it is honestly a fairly superficial system. However, what I find to be the main purpose, or the main thing that I like about it, is the fact that batteries are a very good thing for me to like spread around the mana as little rewards for the player to look around. Like, it's more so about, like, the purpose of the system is almost more about there being more objects for the player to pick up. Because the issue is that if we get rid of the battery system, or as I saw Maripon mentioned here as well, crank charged flashlight, something that we have talked about as well. The issue with that one is that I keep the mechanic I kinda don't care about, which is the whole thing about the flashlight, and I lose the thing that I actually like, which is having more objects to pick up. So that's why I'm not super thrilled about doing like a crank one, because I lose the main benefit, in my opinion. Because if we're gonna look at it just strictly from a like number of items in the house type of thing, if I get rid of the battery system, we have like half as many batteries in the game, which means that way more stuff is going to be just empty when you open a cabinet and nothing is in there. Do you know what I mean? Boom Trout, I don't know if I said hi, but welcome in, man. Good to see ya. Thank you very much for the review on Steam as well. I think I ended the demo with 7 batteries and had it on 90% of the time. Damn, what was your playtime, Nymph? That sounds like you must have been fairly quick. Because that means you pretty much didn't use a single battery. Or you just ran around with very low battery, because that is viable as well. I did keep the flashlight off as much as I could as well, but that comes from playing the H version before, yeah. I had lower back pain from sitting too much, so I spend my weekend sitting even more, but in a different position. I got a new chair. Yeah, look at me, look at me. Yeah. Are you jealous? Are you jealous? So far, pretty good. It's way cheaper than the other one I had, but I actually think I prefer this one. I don't know, I'm not huge on like headrests, and this one feels like it fits my back a bit better. The other one I had was a little bit scuffed too, because, you know, for ergonomy reasons, I removed the armrests, but they were like fitted on the side, so I had these like massive bolts sticking out on the side of the chair, which wasn't, you know, it didn't look great nor feel great. Haven't used a single battery, not even sure how it works. Yeah, that is another thing, because I don't really teach it. Like, the main thing I do is that when you boot up the game during the loading screen, there's a tip about charging the flashlight. But there's not anywhere like in-game where I actually like directly teach the player how to charge the flashlight. So that is a fair one as well. Yeah, crank charged flashlight. I think this has been mentioned before, and I think it could work. It's just, yeah, like I mentioned before, the main thing is that I feel like I lose the thing I actually care the most about and just keep the other stuff. Because I think this game would work, like, just getting rid of the entire system. Like, I don't feel like batteries are a thing you really need here. Because the other one you could do is to have a loose condition, to make it actually have more consequences. Like, if you're in a dark room and your flashlight reaches 0, you fucking die. The issue with that, which I don't like, is that what that actually means is that I put a timer on the entire game. Depending on how many batteries in the game, that will decide for how long you need to play the game until you potentially get soft-locked. Unless I do something where we spawn in more batteries throughout the game, but I don't know if I would like the player looking somewhere, not finding anything, going back a bit later, and all of a sudden there's a battery there. I don't know if I like that personally. So I don't think I would want a loose condition for it either, but then again we come back to the thing where it feels fairly superficial, because it doesn't really matter that much. You can think about something more interesting thing that the player might want to pick up rather than batteries. Yeah, the main benefit, I would say, is that batteries become a very easy thing because they are consumable. Because otherwise, it would be stuff like more documents, more tools, more like interactable items, right? Like that's kind of, if we're not going consumable, that's like the only stuff we can do, right? And which, I want to be very clear, of course there's gonna be more of that stuff in the game, right? But you have to think about, like, if I add 50 more of those, that is going to really fill up the inventory, possibly with a lot of stuff that maybe isn't even that important. I have thought about, if we get too much items in the game, I might actually add some sorting thing or filtering thing for the inventory. So you could filter for only tools or only keys, you know, by types or something. Very possible that I might do something like that. But basically, I think you're very much right, Ameripon, that we can just do more interesting items. Like, the only counter argument here would be the fact that that's obviously more work, right? Like, I need to put way more effort into making a bunch of documents and stuff. I need to localize those into every single language, which potentially even is gonna cost me money. Whereas something like batteries is like, it's such a simple thing since it's consumable to just like throw around. Like, that is kind of what I see the benefit of it being. But yeah, with that being said, like, it is possible that we might scrap the entire system for the full release. Yeah, batteries induce a pressure on the player. I'm not sure if it's a good kind of pressure. If you want more items to find, the batteries are not it, I think. Yeah. No, I think you guys are. Like, I think you have good points here. Because also the pressure is a little bit weird once again, since it's kind of, it doesn't make full sense, right? Since although it feels like you get some pressure for it, it actually doesn't do anything. Like, there's no loose condition to run any off of battery. Or rather, what it means is that it's impossible for you to run out of battery. Like, it's hard-coded to stop at like 15%. So all it really does is give you a bit more shit light. That's really the like end consequence of not charging your flashlight. You mentioned you have someone doing the sound, someone you know or someone you hide. Yes, I have a mate of mine doing all of the sound effects, recording sound effects and doing all of the music for the game. He also has some stuff on YouTube in case you want to check that out. Batteries should be for something like having a brighter flashlight, making them a bonus, not a must. I would argue that is what it is at the moment, since there is no... That technically isn't a must. You could play through the entire game with 15% light. And like, there is no real consequence other than seeing a bit less. So in practice, that is the way it is at the moment. Like, the benefit from the player's perspective is just that you see a bit more. You have a bit of a brighter flashlight. Have some achievement collectibles. I already have achievements for collectibles in the full game. I don't think I'm gonna add more achievements for the demo, but we're gonna have quite a lot for the full game. Yeah, and I think I'm gonna have to add something, as you said, Ameripon, for the... Something to do with the hammer as well. People seem to really enjoy the hammer, so I think we need some achievement for it. Possibly do something like breaking all the windows. I don't think I would want to break everything you can break. That feels like maybe going a bit too far. But I think possibly doing something like achievement for breaking every window in the game. Maybe add objects that are in need of batteries for puzzles or achievements. You could certainly do that, but those most of the time won't really be consumable per se, right? Because I would assume most of the time that that is like a one-off thing, like, oh, this thing needs one battery. So then I can have one extra battery in the game. Darth, welcome in, man. How you doing? At the moment, it's more like you lose something if you don't use batteries. Flipping it around makes it feel more fun to use. Okay, I see what you mean. There's definitely a psychological factor that is instilled in the player because of the impending darkness. Things scrapping it all together, you lose something. Yeah. It is a really tricky one. Like, honestly, the battery system is something I keep going back and forth on. I'm gonna be quite frank here. I am not entirely sure what I'm gonna do. It might get scrapped, we might keep it, we might tweak it. I at this very moment, I'm not entirely decided yet. Not sure if you played Metro 2033, I did not. High quality ammunition was a currency there, and many people ended up ending the game not using them at all. Same could happen to batteries. Yeah, I think that is fair to say. I actually think it is. Because now obviously in the demo they are not as important, because I think it's also fair to consider the fact that batteries mean more in the full game than they do in the demo. Like, if you play the demo, you probably understand why. Like, that there's, you know, obviously something that points to batteries potentially being more important later on. But you don't really get to experience that in the demo. But even with that being said, it's still, with the current system, nothing stops someone from just playing through the entire game with shit light. And I think that is a bit of a problem. But yeah, I am honestly not entirely sure what we're gonna do about it as of right now. Manglo, welcome in, man. Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. Is it the GMTK video? Yeah, I have seen that one. Yeah, wind up flashlight, that means a lot of sun when winding. You could do that, do like the... Didn't they do that in Amnesia, the Dark Bunker? It's like the thing that actually matters more so is like the noise of it. Then again, the only issue here is, as I said before, I basically lose the main thing I like about the battery system, which is the fact that there's batteries for you to pick up. Like, it is a little bit ironic. I actually don't really care that much about the whole like flashlight being chargeable or drainable or however you want to say it. Like, that's the accidental bonus. Like, the thing I actually like is that there's just more items for the player to pick up around the manor, you know. Come on, Stun, welcome in, man. How you doing? How are people liking the demo so far? So far, so good. Last I checked, we are sitting at 32 reviews. And as of right now, they are all positive. So, you know what? I would say that it has been a really successful demo launch so far. We'll see how we do in the fest. Actually, the game is even on new and trending for demos, which is pretty amazing. It's kind of far down. You do have to scroll a bit, but it is there. So I think that's pretty amazing as well. Very much appreciate anyone who has taken the time to review the demo. It truly does mean a lot, and it's gonna help out the game a ton. Still don't know about this fest though. Like, it's supposed to start today. This is a main or front page festival, right? It should show up here. But this should be the whole thing where it's time zones. Because it's like, what, 9 AM for Valve or something at the moment, I think. Maybe 10 AM. So it should be the, you know, it starts in a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised. It would maybe be nice if we could get this, we do a small little update now, and then we could maybe even do an event on Steam, or like a announcement or whatever, for like, I don't know, Scream 4 Fest plus demo update or something like that, you know what I mean? Sounds like a great start, congrats, thank you very much, Kamostan. Then a boost light would work on it, or some other bonus, like coins in games, not a must, but gives you something that can help you. Yeah, I think something else we could consider is just another type of consumable item, but I've tried coming up with something, and I find it really difficult. Because the other thing that would be quite nice is that, like, okay, what if you actually have like a health system in the game? Because then you could easily find, like, I don't know, pills or like bandages and stuff that might be consumable and you can find more of it and they actually have a proper purpose. But I'm also a little bit like, I don't know if I want an actual health system in the game. I don't think I do. I don't think I want a health system. Potentially you could have one of those like fucking like, wasn't it Amnesia where you like start seeing more stuff and you have to take pills? Like you could do something like that, like some stress factor or like yeah, something like that potentially. And then maybe you can find some like pills to like bring that bar up or whatever. Maybe. Strap batteries and make the player pick up snooze doser with a single one left in it. Implement withdrawal system. You know what? That is a pretty fucking genius idea, man. I think Steam events start around 7 PM your time. Okay, cheers, man. Not sure about summer saving times. Some might be. I guess 6 PM your time or something. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think you might be right. I might have to wait a little bit. Hint system, something I've thought about as well. I don't think the issue is that it takes quite a lot of time to do like a proper hint system, especially with localization in mind. But it is possible that if I find that some people are struggling too much, like if people are enjoying the game but not being able to finish it, I think it's possible that I might do either a easy mode that just makes puzzles way easier, or potentially a actual hint system. Make it like Alan Wake, instead of lighting the monster and using up batteries, you make the player throw the batteries at it. You get tired after some time and put your tongue on the battery. Hint system could just be highlighting items for you, easier way. But I already highlight items for you. And if you want it even easier, you can change the highlight color so anything shines up in like red or yellow. So that I already kind of have. Is it something you can do with stairs and pills? After every stair you get blurry screen plus new sound music, need to take a pill to remove it. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, like that could be another way of finding a consumable item that maybe feels more important or useful. It is possible that we might do something like that. Like maybe you get more of those like weird effects, or maybe you hear more noises and stuff, and basically under the hood we have some bar of like how stressed or like freaked out your player is, and then you can like, I don't know, fucking pop these pills to... Is that gonna bring up my age limit? There's a thing on Steam, isn't there, about if you like take pills in a game, isn't there? Something to consider. It's probably fine though. I mean, it's a horror game at the end. I actually think it's super good for you that you are trending on demos already before the fest. I think it makes it more likely that you will show on top widgets inside a festival if they have something like coming soon on top demos for you. Yeah. No, I so far it's looking really good. The only thing is that it is fair to say that I'm quite far down. However, that's with all demos. I wonder, how does it look if we filter for horror games? Out of curiosity. Because there's only gonna be horror games in this fest. How far down are we? Themes and moods, horror. Okay, that's one click. Mailroom, let's go. Jotson doing well here. 2. Okay, so that is actually not too far. That is not too far. So we are like, what, 2 pages down on horror demos. And then you don't even know, like, even these that are technically above me at the moment, some of these might potentially not have joined the fest. It would probably be dumb for them to not do so, but you never know. Which means that technically we could be even higher. So I suppose that means that the main thing, if you want to help out the development, make sure to play the demo and leave a review. And maybe we can even climb higher. Then we have 3 people playing at this very moment. Let's go. Oh, look at that, we're getting more reviews. 35 now, he hasn't updated at the top, but... David, thank you very much for the review. Really enjoyed this demo, has a great feel to it, and the puzzles are very challenging, but very interesting. Thank you, man. Jin, I saw, thank you. Raka, legend. I know you can put like hidden reviews and stuff. I'm kinda slightly annoyed by the fact that I can't see all reviews, because I know there are more public reviews than this, and I have no like show more reviews type button. What if I filter by positive? Yeah, I think... does this show me more? I'm actually not even sure. But truly, thank you to anyone who is leaving your review on the game. One thing to keep in mind though, yeah, wrote one but it's not showing either, it seems. Yeah, it does take a little while. I think Steam actually, like, double checks all reviews that are left. So, it does take a little time for it to show up. Oh yeah, language filtering, that one I noticed, but I do sometimes forget to uncheck it. Oh no, yeah, I did, because otherwise I only get 29. But yeah, it does take a few minutes before they actually show up, and then it takes even a few more minutes before it shows up here. And then it takes even more time until it shows up. Like, in the browsing list, they still say that I have like 22. Whereas technically, it looks like we have 35 at the moment. So it all takes a little bit of time, but you know what? Still, any review is truly, from the bottom of my heart, I really do appreciate it. Let's see, I think I missed some messages here. You already have one then? Yeah. It's like you get double the visibility now compared to normal, hopefully. Yeah. Yeah, like, I think this could bode really well. It could also... I don't think we should get our hopes too high. Because I think it's important to remember the fact that this is a discount festival, right? Like, technically speaking, this is not a festival for demos or, like, for upcoming games. Like, the main purpose is that this is like a discount fest for like full games. So I don't know how many people check demos and upcoming games on these type of festivals, but nonetheless, I mean, some visibility it should give us. I vaguely recall reading a marketing tip somewhere that you should pump your visibility before next fest, because next fest is a wishlist multiplier. Yeah. I had something like that in my horror game. You need batteries to run your Game Boy circuit plate to lower your insanity. Yeah, I think maybe doing something like that, like some stress or insanity system or something, maybe it could be better than just going for... You could even keep the battery system and actually make it so that the less light you have on your flashlight, the more your sanity will drain. And then we could add it so that not only can you fix it, like if you charge your flashlight, your sanity will slowly start increasing. But if you find pills, then you can like instantly pop it back up, whether you have your flashlight charged or not. Like tying that whole mechanic into like a sanity system instead, I think could be a good way of making it feel a bit more useful. They're playing or just chilling in the atmosphere? We'll never know. For next fest, I don't think it matters if you got wishlist recently before the demo festival, or if they have been gathered a long time ago. As the same person who is a source for that also noted that it doesn't matter how old the wishlist is. Also, what seems to matter more is that the demo is good, around 40 minutes medium playtime, plenty plus concurrent players. More the better, yeah. My playtime is looking quite good. I have like 30 minutes medium playtime, and obviously the reviews so far are really good. Concurrent players, we are definitely not hitting that high. Like the average, I think the peak has been 10, but I think the average is like a handful. Just curious, why does your game begin with a language selection instead of going to the main menu, defaulting to the system locale? Partly because I just didn't bother doing it that way. Like, at first the game would boot up in English and you would have to manually go in and change language. And then I was like, you know what, the quickest fix for me is just to move the language selection to the start. And the only other, like, I think that is a good way of doing it. The only other potential counter argument I could see is that just because someone has their system set to a language doesn't necessarily mean that they want to play in that language. Like, okay, I do have my English in PC. Oh, my PC in English. Holy shit, I can't speak. But, you know, I say that I had my computer in Swedish. Even if that was the case, I would not like to play a game in Swedish. So, for me, if a game defaulted to Swedish when I opened it, that would just put more effort on my end, because now I would manually have to go in and change it to English instead. That would be like the only counter argument, but with that being said, I think either way is fine, personally. Great Grievance, welcome in man, good to have ya. TechBox North, good to see ya. Just tried your demo and it's very atmospheric. I liked the art style a lot. I did however get stuck and didn't know what to do. Thank you very much for giving it the go, TechBox. Where did you get stuck, out of curiosity? I think I probably have an inkling. There is one point where I would say most people, or not most people, but, you know, where it's the most common of getting stuck. I'm happy without an insanity mechanic. I like the insanity on the other side of the keyboard. That's a good point as well. 30 minutes for a point-and-click horror game, that's awesome. I think it is. I think the completion rate, the playtime, and the reviews so far are actually looking really good. Do you know if it helps if people react on the "was this review helpful"? I actually have no idea. Personally, probably. Like, if a lot of positive reviews have a lot of those are probably gonna show up higher, so whatever the balance would be, it would probably make it so that if people scroll down, they're gonna see more positive reviews. So I imagine there's some advantage to having the good reviews seem more helpful, I would imagine. But this is me guessing here, I don't have actual data for it, but I assume there's a filtering system for it, so probably. Gotcha, another thing you could have done was start the game in English and have the player find a codex to unlock their language. Oh, I hated on PlayStation 3 was when my games defaulted in Finnish, I had to reset the whole shitty console to change the language on the game. Yeah, that is annoying. It just generally speaking, I would... you probably would never catch me playing a game in Swedish. Now, with that being said, my computer is set to English, so for me that still wouldn't be a problem, but... Flag icons, yeah, that should certainly be another way of doing it. Okay, let's see, can we get this to work quickly? I think we basically have what we need, don't we? This one up, footstep override staircase. We have the blocker with a raycast target. That looks pretty good, so we're gonna select both of these and we're gonna bring the alpha down to 0, so they are completely hidden. We now need to set this up as an actual exit though. So I'm going to call this upstairs. The door is going to be the... Oh wait, you default to your parent object, don't you? Oh yeah, but I have the override set up here. Okay, that's fine. Then we want this room here as well, and that should be good to go. Computers at IKEA. Oh shit. Okay, we need to fix that. Overall though, it seems like this might be functional. Blocker, let's not do anything on you. Hitbox here. Highlight object, no. Set default color, no. Raycast alpha pixels, yes. Always interactable, no. Always successful, yes. On pointed click. And then invisible. Okay, that should fix it. Okay, I entered a lot of rooms and used the service elevator. Played some tunes on the piano, let's go. Could not open the chain door, did not find any parts for the clock. Only found 2 keys. Wait, you found 2 keys. 1, 2, okay. So I think this could be an issue. This is something that does happen every now and then, where people miss one room. After going up, did you ever walk backwards? Because that one is a little bit awkward, I know it is. It's like the one point in the game where you go to a new room backwards, which I know is a little bit awkward. I do have the light there that should kinda, you know, let the player know that there is a room behind you, but I know it is like fairly... There's a few instances where people miss that. I wonder if potentially... If you said 2 keys, I think that might be it. I'm gonna look into it. It's possible that I did try to bring up the brightness on these a little bit, but it's possible that I might have to make it even brighter so it kinda stands out. Going back to lurk now. No worries, Damien. Thank you very much for lurking. Surely they have some localization things built in or easy to plug in. If Godot can do that, it would be a bit embarrassing if Unreal likes the feature. Vinny, what is up, man? Welcome in. How are you doing? Doing quite well. So far the demo release has been going really well, so yeah, I'm excited, man. How are you, Vinny? Hope you had a good weekend. I'm about to leave a review. Do you want it in English or Spanish? That's a good point. I wonder... Maybe would be better, actually, if you do it in Spanish. Because I have a French review. I don't have any Spanish one, and it's possible that if someone's language is only set to Spanish, that they might not be able to see any reviews. And since we have a fair share of English ones at the moment, it might be better if you do it in Spanish. But either or, like, in the end, any review is gonna be helpful, but if we're gonna, like, min-max it, then maybe it could be better to actually have a Spanish one for the Spanish audience, so to speak. Which also, good thing we did the localization, Vinny. I actually caught a streamer playing the game in Spanish the other day. Must have missed the backwards door after riding the elevator. Yeah, it is fairly easy to do. You wouldn't be the first one who do it. I think I might have to tweak something there to make it a little bit easier to notice. Like, because right now it's either if you see the light or potentially if you look at the map, you might be able to see that you've like missed the room. But I think it would be good to maybe make it even more obvious. I think maybe the fix will be to make this light even brighter, potentially. But yeah, thank you very much for playing the game tech bots. I really do appreciate it. Let me know if you finish it. Let me know what you think. I didn't think of that. I should have done it in Spanish too. Like I said though, like any review is obviously going to be great. So I appreciate it no matter what. I don't think this is like the kind of end of the world thing. I know I have gotten some non-English reviews. I have at least one French review and one Russian review as far as I'm aware. Oh yeah, no, yeah, I have a German one as well. That is very true, very true. Thank you, T-Bag. I'm gonna, from that comment, I'm gonna assume that was you, so thank you very much. Did we marble yet? I missed it? Nope, I completely forgot about it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for some marbles. Really? Nice, glad it was useful. Yeah, of course, man. Thank you very much again. For anyone who doesn't know, Vinny was the one who helped me out with the Spanish localization, so appreciated. Jin, do you have a preferred map? For anyone who doesn't know, this is a little side project that we started a while ago. Basically a little marble race simulator. Kan skriva en svensk recension sen om du vill, absolut. Fellow Swede, good to see. The Descent, let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, type !join to enter the race. If you want some marbles. Getting a lot of marbles coming in here. Currently doing 3 marbles for any viewer. We do 6 marbles for subscribers. Just a little bit of extra appreciation. And with that, we are also going to start a new prediction, whether or not you think that Jin, the challenger, will win. So if you want to gamble some channel points, then do so right about now. You have 2 minutes to start the gambling. Let's see how many believers we have. Multiply boost, that is not gonna work. Unfortunately, I have not implemented a cheat system yet. Okay, we currently have 3,000 points bet on Jin not winning. Not a single believer as of right now. Which means that if someone even just bets 1 point on Jin winning, you could take home all of those points if you're lucky. Obviously there's more risk to being a believer here, because just statistically the chance is lower. However, you might get more of a reward as well, you never know. Holy shit, never mind, the odds does not make sense anymore, because we have 7,000 points on the believer side and 5,500 points on the non-believer side. With about 1 minute left to go, 12,000 points on the non-believers. Wall hack. Wait, that would actually sabotage. Yeah, a wall hack would probably not be great here. In certain circumstances, especially if we get too many marbles in here, there can be some small issues where people start going flying through the walls, which would disqualify you. But most of the time, if we are below, if we only have like a few hundred marbles, it's usually fine. $10,000 points on the believer side, 12,000 points on the non-believer. We currently have about 20 seconds, 15 seconds or something left, so last chance if you want to gamble some points, go ahead and do so right now, before the prediction closes. And for anyone who wants to join in on the race, type !join. With that, the prediction is over, so we're gonna start the race in about 10 seconds. In other words, last chance to join if you want some marbles. Let's go. Having quite a lot of marbles here in the race. And off we go into the first plinko section. Wakacha took an amazing route down but got bounced all the way up again. We have, oh, Nymph and Vinny got struck all the way up again. Who do we have in the lead here? Looks like Unity Coder, Ameripon, Wakacha, Camostern, Verity going first into the flipper section here. Let's see how they fare. Okay, we have a lot more marbles catching up here. Wakacha, Techbox and Teabag first into the Arkanoid section. But as some of you know, this is also known as Starting Point 2.0. Because it's not gonna take a little time to get through this section. So a lot of marbles are gonna catch up here. After this we have 3 more sections. Oh, we have some people here. Grievance first into the Plinko section. Really good route as well. But Vinny, the mad lad, manages to basically fly through the entire thing first into the spinners and easily the winner. Second place, it looks like we're gonna have Grievance. And in third as well, unless no Jin manages to actually do it. The challenger ends up in third place. We then have the double Grievance, Strom in 6, Nymph 7, Verity 8, Strom 9, Unity Coder 10. So next up we want to see who is going to be the second winner, aka the last marble. Who is struggling the most? It looks like we have a teabag marble right at the end. But you know what? There's also the Plinko section. Things could turn around here. Already catching up, to be honest. Goidi, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, man. Appreciate ya. The final marbles are getting close to the finish line here. Ooh. What's happening here? Vinny? Yeah, okay, he manages to take it. And with that, every single marble has reached the finish line. Let's fucking go. Unfortunately though, that does mean that Jin, the challenger, did not win. So the almost 11,000 points bet on the challenger will unfortunately be split amongst the non-believers. With that, we are going to complete the prediction and get back to work. Thanks for playing, guys. I'm not even on the board. You did end up in third place though, not too shabby. Sorry, believers. Goidi, welcome in. Unfortunately, I don't Gibariparuski. I don't even think that is correct. So I have no idea what you're saying, but welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Have a nice day, everyone. Need to get some work done. No worries, Boomtrout. Thank you very much for dropping by. I do appreciate it. 3 in top 5 for a 10-point loss. I want to lose my points, no gamble, no need for points. 11k monies, I got 5k profit. Holy shit, look at that. Look at that. Okay, how is this working? So you can now click here or here to go up the stairs. That's working fine, but you should also be able to click here. Is it weird that this part doesn't get highlighted though? Maybe it is. Maybe this should get highlighted. Yeah, I don't like there not being any highlight here. That feels a little bit odd. Maybe at least make like the outlines of the wall highlight, potentially. Maybe just do everything. Yeah, fuck it. I think we're gonna do that. Will you sign the petition to modernize the rhinoceros glasses? Can we get a shoutout for Strom and make sure the shoutout says goated goats the goats? You know what? I actually have a custom shoutout. Look at that. Go and support our fellow developers, people. Oh, I would split the highlight to one side fully. You mean that like half of this? This would be like one big hitbox, and then this part would be one big hitbox? I'm actually not entirely sure how I want to do this. The only thing there that I could feel potentially could feel a bit weird is that it's gonna be like the highlight in this section is gonna be cut off in the middle. Do I like that? I'm gonna try and make the entire thing upstairs highlight for now. And then we'll see. We'll see how it feels. Just a second here. Where is my... I think I have a separate sheet for this, don't I? What do I call that? Something main hall, I assume? Where the fuck is this one? Oh, are you like in here? No?
Did you know? Propaganda is when a British person takes a good look at something.
Oh my fucking hell, that is so dumb, holy shit. Oh fucking hell, that took a second. It took a little while. It did clock eventually. Oh, here we go. Okay, so what I'm thinking is that I might just make this entire thing be the hitbox. I need those pixels. Actually, we should do all of this. Oh, shit. I don't think you should be able to click on like the barrier or like the... what do you call this? The railing or whatever. I feel like that would feel a bit odd. Yeah. Something like this. Get alert for get alert for a little bit, so I shall leave you with this. Cheers, Jin. Thank you for lurking. Could make an L2 so the whole top part would be highlighted with one of the stairs. Yeah. But then would kind of overlap each other. I don't know if that would work, because one is always going to be in front, so that's going to cover the other one. Of course, I could do something where I like move the layering order or something, but yeah, it would be a bit more work. Wouldn't split it make it feel like you're going two different places? That's kind of what I feel as well. If the highlight was just split in the middle, it kind of makes each side seem like they are different in some way. Wachacha, no. As long as there's ice cream. How's your weekend, Grievance? Hope you've been well, man. Okay, does this look good? I think I have everything. So let me copy this. Then I'm gonna do this, because I might have some stuff I don't want to show here. Potentially. Because this... Can I fit this here? I can't. Canvas, I need a bigger canvas. I'm gonna put you there. I'm gonna save this. And then we need to find our main hall sprite sheet. Let me open this one. Boom. You put some white tape on the floor underneath the railway is broken, like someone fell down. You could do, I think actually having some detail down here, no matter what, would kinda make sense. Like at the very least, maybe something from here broke down. The only issue is that whenever you do stuff like that, it's easy for it to seem like it's something you should be able to interact with. I mean, it's not gonna be highlighted. It's the same thing with like the outside, like I added some single leaves and stuff here and there, and a surprising amount of people naturally will try to click on them. Which isn't really the purpose, but I understand that, like, you know, people always gonna look for interactions, right? Okay, let's apply that, and then we're gonna go into the hitbox. I actually shouldn't need a blocker now. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up in a little bit. Once again, gonna go and get myself a bit more coffee during the break, but we shall be back shortly. Oh, is that perfectly... Oh, look at that. I think that is perfect. Yep. That looks good to me. Okay, let's go in here. Now we want you to be highlighted. We want to set default color. And we don't want to raycast alpha pixels anymore. Okay, let's see how this feels. Okay, ads are running. Let me take a quick little break here, just go and get some more coffee, and I shall be right back. Appreciate your patience. And we are back. Let me catch up with chat here. Pretty good, our oldest had some friends over and we took them to seasonal farm park. Also managed to get some work done on my multiplayer engine. Nice, man. Like a crack in the floor. Yeah, I think, like, environmentally, it would make sense to have something going on here. I think that is a good shout. By the way, the blood to show the attic really works really well. I was playing the demo without thinking the blood really caught my attention. Yeah, it seems to work. From the playtest I've seen, I haven't seen anyone miss the attic hatch since we added it. Because for anyone who doesn't know, that was a bit of an issue before where people would go up here and then never look up, which means that they didn't find this hatch. So later on, when they want to find it, they don't know where it is, and that becomes a bit weird. Yeah, I think I like this. Ads should be over. Welcome back, guys. I think I like this. So the stairs get highlighted, and the room above gets highlighted if you hold here. And whichever one you click, you get up to this room. I think I like this. Obligatory piano playing for the day. Let's go. Oh yeah, something else I noticed, which is annoying, because it's one of these things that I don't notice when I play myself. I think it has to do with like what type of speakers you have and stuff. But I think the room transition noise, not the footsteps, but the like whooshy sound, is a little bit too loud. I was noticing, especially when I was like watching streamers on my phone, I realized that it is actually fairly loud, and I don't think that one should be, because it gets very repetitive after a while. So I think we should lower the volume on that one. It sounds good.
Is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. It sounds good on my end, but
cheers.
Cheers as well, Vinny. Illegal coffee cheers, but oh well. Can I use these 3 points? But the upper room is a separate room, or is it just upstairs? Because if you leave the light on up there, could you make it seem illuminated? That's a very good shout, to be honest. It would be a nice touch if it actually did change. Because right now it makes no difference. Like now the room is dark. If I go up and I turn on the light, it looks exactly the same. That's actually a pretty good shout. I think it would be a nice little detail. Because we do that with other things, right? Like for example, if we go here, if I turn the TV off, now if I go up, like the TV is very dark, right? But if I turn on the light, it's actually brighter. Like the light in the room affects this as well. So I think it could be nice to actually switch the color of this one. If that light is on. And I think that would be fairly simple. Keep in mind that it would be visible now when you turn off the light here. Would that look weird? I mean, we can try it by just removing that one, lowering the opacity. That was maybe a little bit too much. I mean, does it look weird? I don't know. I mean, it makes sense though. As you said, like, if the light is on up here. I mean, that one actually be brighter. And then if you would like turn the light off, then it goes dark. Being conservative with the audio samples in a horror game seems like the safe bet anyways, yeah. I don't super mind. It feels like the railing would be a bit visible as well. That might be the only thing. That, like, this cut off there maybe seems a bit weird. Like, maybe I should make a portion of this. I'd get a full outline around it somehow. To be honest, this entire thing would kinda have to be affected. I think it would be a nice detail, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. The handle rail would need some light as well, I think so. The only thing that... Yeah, don't get stuck with it if it's too much a hassle. Yeah, just the only thing I'm considering here is that I need to think of all the edge cases as well. Like, for example, is not only could you turn off the light up there, but you could also smash the light, and this needs to change when you do that as well. It would be weird if you smash it and then go downstairs and it's still light up there. So we would need to basically make sure that all of the edge cases still work fine. But I think it's a good shout. I think it's definitely something I wanna do. We'll see if we do it for this update or not, but... main hall, make the upper part lighter. Make the upper part change depending on if the light's on. I get it. Something like that. Make sure you can click, so you can go upstairs by clicking above them. That is fixed. I think that is a good shout. How many edge cases are there? There are a handful. How does my lamp work? Let me double check this. See how quickly or easily we could get this to work. Whether or not we should do it now. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the lamp. Okay, so here requires power objects to be toggled. So I could have a reference to the one downstairs. That would solve a few of... That would solve one of the edge cases. And then... it probably wouldn't be that difficult, to be honest. Light switch off. I would just do like a prefab override where we add yet another item to these to be activated and deactivated, which would be like the non-lit version downstairs. Or just change the color of the sprite, but that's a bit more work. I think it's probably better to do a semi-lit one that gets enabled and disabled. I think that would be better. Make it a motion sensor, then you can say it's off because you're gone, and sometimes lights turn on but someone or something is moving there. Ooh. That's a very interesting idea, actually. Could even have something like that outside, like some light on the wall that gets triggered when you go in there. That could actually be a pretty cool little detail, to be honest. And then, as you said, maybe at some point you could walk in there and it's already on, like someone else triggered this. You know, that's not a shabby idea, man. Bulb Turtle, welcome in, man. Nice to have ya. Hope you had a good weekend. Hope you're doing well. So far, so good. The demo release or the demo launch has gone quite well. So far, I'm very happy with the results. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. 34 reviews, 100% positive. Still have 2 people in the game as of right now. What does it say here? 36 reviews, holy shit, thank you so much, people. Oof, a proper jump scare, got me good. If you appreciate good art design and a unique fresh take on horror, this game will be right up your alley, plus the demo is free, why wouldn't you play? Thank you so much. Gamian, legend as well. This game struck the right flavor of mystery, challenge and ambience for me. The overall plot felt fairly contained, yet rich with questions and points of interest. Never felt like anything I did was just busy work, as I progressed, things got increasingly interesting and ominous. The atmosphere was dark and minimalistic, leaving my imagination to fill in the blanks. The game was also so immersive that quitting it was almost jarring. The interface was clean, intuitive, and I quickly learned the limits of what I could do. Overall, a well-made demo that left me wanting the full version. Thank you so much, Damien. I really do appreciate anyone playing the demo, and especially if you do take the time to leave a review, it truly does help out a lot. First motion sensor on the market, 1987. Okay. So don't know when your game is playing, but now I'll shut up with my ideas. It's your game. No, I appreciate the ideas, man. Don't worry about it. I think that would still be fine. To be honest, it's actually possible that I might tweak the year a little bit. Because I think I might take things in a slightly different direction than I originally thought for the story. Which that itself might actually require me to push the time forward a little bit. So that shouldn't be an issue. Irad, welcome in, man. How you doing? Good to see you, man. Yet another game developer on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. How you doing, Irad? Good to see you, man. Congrats on the demo release. Thank you so much. Yeah, exciting times. So far, it's doing really well. I'm kind of blown away, to be honest. And in like a few hours or something, we're gonna have the Stream 4 Fest start on Steam, so it's gonna be interesting seeing how that affects the game. I hope... like, I'm trying to not keep my hopes too high. Okay, I think I'm gonna try this. I think we could solve this fairly easily. Oh, before we do that, let me double check the list here in case there's something more important I should focus on. Because I don't think this is the type of thing that's gonna make or break the game, but I do think it would be nice. Maybe this is a more important issue. Maybe. I definitely do want to sort this out, and I think I could do it fairly quickly. You can have a modern extension of the mansion with these things, yeah. No, and I thought about that as well, like, the way I see it, the manor itself is quite old, but that doesn't mean you can't have new stuff in it, right? Because you can have an old place in a newer time, right? Which does leave us with a little bit of, you know, room to play around with stuff. IG, welcome in, man. How you doing? Good to have ya. Bird in work at the moment. Are you happy with feedback? So far the feedback has been really good. Definitely a few things I've had to tweak, but overall I'm feeling really good about it. Andreas, good to see you, man. Hope you've been well. Congrats, it's awesome seeing your baby being liked. It really is, man. I was stressing a little bit before the release, like obviously it was quite a big moment, but I'm actually feeling quite good about it. Are you game dev? Just got recommended your stream? I am indeed. I'm currently working on this point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which we just released the demo for. So if you're interested, you know, you can check out the demo, you can play it right now. Are you a fellow game developer as well, IG? Not a game dev, the game dev. Cheers, man. Should I have a look at the art? Because I realized that the art here, I don't think it reads well enough. I noticed a lot of people being a little bit confused when they first get to this section. What do I want to do? Fuck it, we're flipping a coin. If it's tails, we do the main hall. That is heads. Okay, we're gonna have a look at this first. Where do I have this? This is another place where I might actually need to sort out, like maybe the room out here should look different depending on if the light is on or not, because right now it looks the same. But I think this is the main issue right now that I noticed that most people seem a bit confused about. Out of curiosity. Now, I know this gets even more weird here for the people who maybe don't know like the full setting here. But what do you guys think this is? Or how many, if you played the demo, how many of you actually like clocked it immediately? Yeah, surely I check it out, buddy. I'm not a game dev, but just a fellow gamer. You could call like that. Cheers, man. Thank you for checking it out. Fluffy Panda, welcome in, good to have ya. Hello, what are you making? I'm working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which we just a few days ago released the demo for. How you doing, Fluffy? Hope you had a good weekend. IG, thank you very much for the follow as well, much appreciated. So yeah, in game, what this looks like is is this gonna look weird now? Well, it looks like this in game, and I think this it doesn't read well enough. I need to do something here to just make this read a little bit better. I think this area is the main issue at the moment. Because this is literally the first try. Like, I just did this, and then I was like, yeah, that's good enough for now. This is one of those places where a placeholder basically ended up being in the in the public version of the game. I do have a few instances of those, but this is definitely one of the more major ones, I suppose. I never thought about it. I'm in a service elevator. I guess this is what it looks inside of one. Waiting for Chappie to explain if these are boobs or not. Is not. Maybe put a hand on one of the knees and have the leg turned to the side. These are knees. They are indeed. What is up, Sneaker? How you doing, man? Yeah, this is supposed to be your legs, or well, your knees. Like, to kind of give you the perspective of you sitting here. The hand is a good idea. The issue is that you can still look at stuff here. So if you bring up your journal or something, your hand is gonna go up, and then all of a sudden you would have 3 hands. I think what I should do is maybe change the perspective a bit to where you see a bit of the ankles as well, if you know what I mean. I think that could sell it a little bit more. Because I've had people play the game and ask if these were body bags. And I'm like, fuck. Okay, this does not read well enough. Because that is not what it's supposed to be. But once again, this was literally me doing this. And then like, yeah, that's good enough for now. So I think if we did something where potentially we have like the knee part, but we also show like, I don't know, this is gonna be, anatomy is not my strong suit, but if we like also did a little bit of like the, somehow managed to show like the ankles as well somehow, I feel like that maybe could read better. Reminds me of Return of the Obra Dinn. Have you played it? I actually haven't. I would love to, but so far I haven't. It looks really good. Q Mizu, the one and only, with the massive raid coming in. How are you doing? How was your stream? I was lurking a bit earlier. Hope it's been good. Robvo, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Big shout out. Do I have a custom shout out? I think I do. We do indeed. For anyone that does not know of Q Mizu, definitely go and check them out. Currently working on a game called Veilbound, which is available for wishlist on Steam, so you know what to do. Go and support our fellow developers, as always. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and we are currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. And we just released the demo for this game a couple of days ago, so if you're interested, definitely go and play the demo. Here's a little trailer for ya. There we have it. Like I said, the demo is out right now, so if you're interested, please go and play the demo. Make sure, you know, if you enjoy the game, I would very much appreciate a review as well. Thank you very much. Do you have anything else you want to show, Q Mizu? Anything you have been working on recently or so? Feel free to throw a link in the chat. I know English. Masked Guy, welcome in. Is this your first game or any works before? I've done a few smaller games. I have a few abandoned projects as well. I have a couple of things up on itch, but this is like my first proper game. It's gonna be my first commercial release, my first Steam game. But I have done a few smaller things before. I recently posted a devlog on YouTube with like my full 2-year journey into game development, where I show off basically every project I've started so far. That's so cool. Thank you very much, Rob. Appreciate it. Got the chills, man. Nice. Made it through the demo. Backwards door was the key. Can't find the review button, but put it on my wishlist. If you want to review it, the main thing is that you need to be on the demo page. It is actually, I find this to be a little bit of an issue, because it is fairly easy to miss. Like, if you only look at the main store page on Steam, there's nothing here to review it, since, you know, you can't review the full game yet. So you do need to make sure to actually be on the Shroud of Gloom demo, and then the box should pop up here on the store page for you to review it. So yeah, you need to be on that page, basically. Oh, sorry, I just sent that one. Spamming the chat here. Yeah, very much do appreciate any reviews on the demo. It's like the #1 way of helping the development at the moment. And yeah, thank you for playing through the demo as well, Tatebox. I do appreciate it. Oh, that's cool, buddy. Alright, I'm installing the demo. Thank you very much, Moss Guy. Now, I don't have anything to show for now, didn't do anything special today, but thank you, of course, of course. I saw you were working on, were you working on some dash of sorts? It looked like when I was lurking before. How far along in the game would you say that you currently are, Mizu? Like, what stage are you guys at the moment? Where did my to-do list go? Yeah, I think we need to improve the art here, then maybe look over the main hall thing. Other things are not as important, but would be good to do. I think I want to do I think I want to push a small update today for the fest, which I still don't know if it... I don't think it has started yet. I think we have a few hours or something until the horror fest actually starts on Steam. Working on some animation for Usagi, still got quite a lot to do. I'd say pre-alpha still, there's a lot on all sides to do yet. But the game itself is huge, so it might take us, let's say, 1 year to get out of pre-alpha. Yeah, no, I understand that the scope certainly is a bit bigger in a game like that. Wait, you have a trailer up though, don't you? No, we don't. Okay. But yeah, the game looks really good. Look at this stuff. Look at this stuff. Fucking beautiful. Ladies, gentlemen, you know what to do. Go and support our fellow developers. Oh shit, I'm a raider for myself now. Oh yeah, I was still lurking in your channel. I had a joke with Fullbox that he might release 3-4 more games until I release Veilbound. Not yet, we wanna finish the combat and then pump a trailer. Okay, nice. Yeah, I'm very excited for it. It looks really good. Okay, so we need to improve some art here. This scene just doesn't read well enough, in my opinion. But this is... I noticed too many players being a bit confused here. Basically, this is supposed to be your niece. But I very quickly threw this together and it accidentally ended up being in the full game. So, I wonder if I can find a reference for this. That's gonna be... I don't even know what to search. First person POV sitting niece. This is not gonna work, is it? Maybe. Because I think the fix would be to do something where, like, maybe you can slightly see the ankles or whatever. Like, you know, some shit like this. Maybe a bit of overlap there, maybe. I think something like that potentially could make it read better. Maybe doing like a few wrinkles or whatever. But anatomy definitely is not my strong suit, so this might be a little bit tricky, but I think we could do lots of improvements here. Gotta lurch a tiny bit, I'll be back. Thank you once again. Of course, Mizu, thank you very much for the raid. Good luck with your project too, thank you so much. I'm a lucky bit, see you later. No worries, Teabag, thank you for lurking. I can see how much effort you put in, really respect that. Congrats on getting your demo on Steam, that's no small thing, buddy. Man, I wish to develop games as well. You should, man, go for it. You should definitely, if you're interested, you should definitely give it a go, man. And thank you very much, that truly does mean a lot. Have the left knee like that, but the right leg is bent, and you can see the lower leg from the right one. Yeah, that might be a good shout. Maybe we do... Maybe we keep one kind of like this, like in the straight perspective or whatever. Oh, wait, would it make more sense to do the opposite? Because your view is a little bit weird here. Like, technically this knee is more centered. Like, I wonder if maybe it makes more sense to flip it where this one you see straight ahead. And then maybe this knee is a little bit more angled or whatever. That's way too much, but... maybe? I feel like I'm gonna need a reference for this. But that might be tricky. Because all of these are like sitting like normally or whatever. Like, you basically need to be sitting on the ground. We can't really show the feet, because that's not gonna make sense in the perspective. Like, this should probably only be like the top part, because you should feel kinda cramped in here, right? I think finding a reference for this is tricky. I do suppose I could make a reference myself. Like, I don't really know what to search for to even find a good reference for this. I mean, you know what? This is actually closer to what I'm thinking. This has some weird, like, fisheye effect. No. Anatomy, eh? Review posted, wrote it in English. Thank you very much, TechBox. Truly do appreciate it. How the fuck do knees look, man? Oh, I hate anatomy. POV sitting on floor. Can that give me something, maybe? All of these are like with the perspective being straight down. I need them to be looking ahead. It's like, obviously, I can't do something like this. Like, this is not what we're looking for. Let me do a new layer. What's your inspiration for developing this game? Most of it initially came from the Game Jam theme. So, for anyone that doesn't know, this game actually started off in a Game Jam. Which, you know, is basically like a game dev challenge thingy where you have to make a game in a certain amount of time. And this was for, like, basically almost exactly 1 year ago. So it was during October. So the theme was a little bit like horror inspired or whatever. So the theme was safe in the dark. So I ended up making this game as a kind of arcadey, like you have to hide from the monster by turning your flashlight off. And since it was a game jam, I wanted to do it point and click to kind of keep the scope small. But it actually ended up doing surprisingly well. We ended up winning the game jam with pretty much ended up in first place in every single category. So that was very nice. The jam wasn't like massive, but still was a, you know, it was quite the achievement. And overall the feedback on this version was quite good. So at this point I had just quit my job to pursue game development full time, so I was like, you know what, fuck it. This seems like a pretty good game to try and make into my first like commercial release or whatever. But obviously the scope here was a lot smaller. You can see the art was a lot simpler. So you basically had to hide by turning off your flashlight, thus remaining safe in the dark, right? So this is where the game initially started. And this version is still up, fully playable, so you can go and play it as well. Now, of course, I rather have people play the demo at the moment, so, you know, you should probably play the demo first. And it doesn't really matter. You can get through the itch version fairly quickly, but it is up in case anyone is curious. So yeah, the like 90% of the inspiration actually just came from the Game Jam theme, to be honest. That's kind of what set it all in motion. That's so cool, cheers man. Happy Monday champion chat, what is up Ponzi, how you doing man? Good to see ya. How was your weekend? Hope you had a good one. I think something like this should actually fix this. I feel like they maybe should be a bit thicker. This one probably needs to be a bit rounder, but I think this would read a lot better, especially if we start throwing in some small little, like, creases on the pants and stuff. And maybe something like this. I do think I want this one to be a bit more rounded. Maybe we can even go as far as to make like a actual circle. Had a good one, nice to hear. How's the playtest reception coming along? I mean, so far so good. I would say that there's definitely been a few things we've needed to like look over and fix, but overall I actually think that the reception of the demo has been really well. I'm kinda blown away, to be honest. Thank you so much to anyone that's left a review on the demo. I know I keep saying it, but truly, it's like the best way to support the development as of right now. Okay, I think I need to make this a little bit smaller. And I guess both knees should be kind of the same size. Maybe we just copy-paste this one. Maybe this one would be a little bit lower since it's like more bent away from you or whatever. Something like that. Trying to improve the art here because I noticed that a lot of people like have a hard time fully reading this scene, understanding what's going on. And maybe this shouldn't be entirely perfect, but let's do something like that. And something similar here. I think you need to be thicker. Maybe. Nice, good to hear. Yeah, so far I'm really happy with how the launch has gone. Okay. What if I do a double crease? What if I do something like this, maybe? Yeah, maybe. Why do I kind of feel like the other one read better? Because I went too high here, maybe? What did I do? Oh, I locked the layer. I still think this would read better compared to what we had before. What do you think, guys? Potentially could do something where maybe you can start seeing this one a little bit as well. Just do it way less. Yeah, maybe. I think I kind of like that, to be honest. I do think it reads way better. I think it's way less ambiguous compared to what we had before. You're doing this as a solo dev, right? I do the design, the art and the development, but then I have a mate of mine doing the sound effects and the soundtrack of the game. So technically not completely solo. Okay, so if we do this and then maybe add a bit of like creases and stuff, which I guess you would maybe have like some extra creases going on here or something. Ah, that looks weird. Creased hands. Sitting. POV maybe? First person? Dude, finding references for this type of stuff is incredibly difficult. Creased pants sitting down. How many people have already played your demo? As of right now, I think we've had like 1,000 installs or adds to the library, but that's not the same thing, right? I think in terms of actual, like, people who have booted up the demo, I think it's like a few hundred. Yeah, I think we have had like just above 200 people play the demo, as in like start the application. I've had about 1,000 add the demo to their library. But I think that one needs to be taken a bit with a grain of salt, because I think it's like bots adding the game as well. But yeah, so far it's actually going really well. So make sure to play the demo, Slayton. I still need your review. We need more. We can't stop here, man. 36 reviews at the moment. Let's go. Nice, that's a huge GG. Yeah, it's actually doing really well. Median playtime being like 28 minutes as well, which I think is really good. Looks a bit weird. I guess there would be less creases around the knees, because that's where it would be the most stretched. Creased pants. I need references for this, man. I really do. I feel like adding a few creases could really help sell this even more. I think most creases would be around these areas. I mean, we could just do some random ones, but I don't know. It needs to read well. Tricky. I don't know, maybe we should just try to boot this into the game and see how it looks first. Maybe you would have some creases going like this as well. That looks weird. Like I said, I already think this is a lot better compared to what we had. Okay. Jesus, 1,000 installs. If they paid a single dollar, you would have made $1,000 already. True. Conrad, welcome in, man. How are you doing? Excuse me, sir. It appears your shroud is gloomed. How you doing, man? Good to see you, Conrad. Yet another game developer here on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. I definitely think it reads better. Is it perfect? Probably not. But is it an improvement? I think so. Sitting in a way that matches the way the wall moves. Wait, is he sitting in a way that matches the way the wall moves? Not entirely sure if I'm following. Thanks for the shouty legend, of course, man. I will play the demo this week. Excited? Damn, I'm excited to have you play it, man. I hope you enjoy it. It's definitely better. It's possible that I just call it here for now, because we don't have to make it perfect. At the very least, I think it's going to be a lot more readable. But it is a little bit of a tricky scene, this whole thing. To be honest, I have a room on in the background, don't I? So it's not gonna look exactly like this. It's gonna look like... That's another thing that would be nice, if this is supposed to be the room on the outside, right? Like, if that one actually changed, depending on if the room is on or not, I think would be pretty good. Oh, wait. I think it's better. I definitely think it's better. Smalls the Kobold with the raid. Welcome in, man. How are you doing? Hope you are doing well, man. What have you been up to? Anything you want to share? Anything you want to show? Let me know, as always. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and we are currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. Demo is out right now, we released it a couple of days ago, so go and check it out if you're interested. Here's a little trailer for you. There we have it. As I said, the demo is out on Steam right now, so please go and check it out if you're interested. Make sure to leave a review, that really does help out. And also, a big shout out to the one and only Smalls the Kobold, yet another game developer on twitch.tv. Make sure to go and check him out if you haven't. Nothing to share yet, soon I promise. Nice. I'm excited, man. What have you been working on today? Okay, I think I'm happy with this for now. I think it reads a lot better. Certainly think we could improve it even more, but I don't think people are gonna think these are body bags anymore. So, for anyone that doesn't know, can you... Yeah, actually, for anyone coming in, if you don't know, what do you think this scene represents? Like, what's your first idea? Like, what do you think you are looking at? Ads? Nah, we're gonna snooze these ads. 3D skyboxes, nice. We got it working, but there's some pretty big bugs. It's tools that we need to fix. Okay. Always the thing, yeah? You try to do one new thing, it breaks half the other things. Game development in a nutshell. Thought they were legs as if we were sat on a chair, okay? I was about to say, I'm not sure what we're looking at. 2 bytes covered with drape. Wait, 2 bytes? Oh, shit. To be fair, something that's important to note here is that you have less context, right? Like in the game, when you get to this scene, you will naturally have more context as of like what's happening. But Smalls is correct, these are supposed to be your legs. However, it's not like in a top-down perspective, it's supposed to be in a straightforward perspective, like basically you're sitting on your ass here, looking forward, right? Looking straight into a wall. That's kind of what's going on, but it is a really like, it's a difficult scene to sell, but for reference, it used to look like this, which I think was way worse. So I definitely think that this is a improvement. I think it reads a lot better. And like I said, when you're actually playing the game, you have a lot more context, so I think it's gonna make more sense. I think I'm good with that for the time being, at least. And then we can always do little tweaks later on if we need to. Add a little shine on the knees. That one is a little bit tricky. Because I can't like literally do like a shine. Because I can't make something that's like dark shine. I can only make the outlines shine, right? We could do it if we have more creases. We'll see. I think it's very likely that I will have to go back to this one. But I think I'm gonna call it that for now. Next up, I wouldn't mind fixing this whole thing with the upper floor. Like, it makes sense that if you turn on the light here and go down, you should kind of be able to tell that the light is on up here. And vice versa. Whereas now, like, it looks like it's completely dark up here. But then you go up and the light is on. Like, that feels a little bit off. It's a very small detail, but it would be nice to have it, to sort it out. Just have some like semi-lit object that gets activated and deactivated depending on if the light is on or not. Then I still want this to be highlighted. I don't know if I want to increase the color of this one. Well, I could go one more. Let me actually see. How would it look if I went one step lighter? Main hall. If I switch to this color instead. Maybe at least for that section. How does that look? And maybe for these as well. I don't think that looks too shabby. I think that is fine. Now it gets even brighter. Oh, that looks a bit weird though. I I feel like I kind of need to highlight around this as well. Like maybe the top part of the railing or something. Oh, but that's gonna be odd here, where it's broken. Just rotoscope your legs. I might actually have to do that. Because finding a perfect reference for that is not easy. I'm back, but welcome back, Moss Guy. Should try climbing into a smaller size box and snap some pics. Yeah, I think that actually is a good shout. How did you do the sound effects for the game? So I have a sound designer, Bjarne, who's doing all of the sound effects, and he actually ended up buying a kind of fancy audio recorder, so a lot of the sound effects in the game at the moment, I'm gonna snooze this ad, are actually self-recorded. So we've basically been out just knocking on random shit, trying to record sound effects, and so far it's turning out really well. It's like even the footsteps and stuff are self-recorded. Light switch, flashlight. Even this sound, that's me just doing this on like like non-newspaper, but like some magazine or something. Overall, I think the audio design has turned out really good, so big shout out to Bjarne for that. Music slaps as well. I don't know, this feels a bit too much. Maybe this should be the color when it's on. Okay, let me try something. Let's revert this. I'm gonna go back to the dark color, have that be the base. And then maybe do... I think if the light is on, it can't only be the room itself. I feel like we kinda need to light up even more. Like maybe around this railing as well. Here, maybe actually the entire part. At the very least, this section should probably be highlighted too. Not highlighted, but it should light up if the light is on. Here, maybe we just do like the outlines around it. Maybe this line too, like the bottom one. Is that gonna look weird now if I don't have this one? Maybe I need this too. I don't know, we're just gonna try something and see how it looks. Yeah, maybe. Scheiße. Something like this, maybe? So if the light is on up here, then all of this is going to be like semi-visible. Let's try that. I don't think I want to highlight all of this. Like when you hover, because it would feel weird, I think, to hover the the railing and then the entire room lights up. That feels odd to me. That's actually so good, man. Cheers, man. I was half joking, but I did that with my hand recently and it was crazy good reference. Yeah, I've done it for a few things. Like, if you pick up a book in the game, which, to be fair, I don't have a book in the game at the moment, in the demo. But that hand, I actually did take like a picture of me holding a book to get a bit of a reference for it. Especially for hands, it's really useful, because hands are also like, unironically, one of the most difficult things to draw, at the very least for me. Okay, we're gonna skip one more ad. What are you gonna do about it, Bezos? Nothing. Can you do it in a sphere, like the further away from the top middle, the darker? Oh, you know what I can do, actually? I just realized now. Rather than making a semi-lit object, we should just put a light here. The thing is that those are always round though, are they not? Oh, but if I make it really big and put it like this, that could actually work. Maybe we should try that first. Let's make a, let's see, upstairs. Sure. Let's make a, let's add a bam. Where is this? A good shout. Let me actually try doing, not doing anything with the sprite, we just add a light here. Lights, we're gonna want a spotlight. I could do freeform as well, to be fair. Let me try a spotlight. And let's, for now, disable the lamp, so we can't see that one. Okay. So we have a light here. If I make you outer radius, we make that one way bigger. Is this just the... Yeah, I could do one of those things as well. And then flip it. All of strength, saw in layers. Okay. So if we do something like that, and then we bring this way up, maybe decrease the fall of strength a bit. We do need a bit of it though. Let's see if we make this even wider. And then we increase the fall of strength, and then we move you up even more. More intensity, maybe? Okay, I think I want more fall of strength. But it fades out even more intensely. Or more smoothly, rather. But you shouldn't be able to see the top of the door here. That feels a bit weird. Maybe I need to freeform this. No, I think I need this to be a lot wider. And then move it up way more. Decrease fall of strength, maybe? Maybe something like this. That's not too shabby, is it? Spoiling yesterday, huh? Let us get you that badge, give me my ad. Well, right on cue, we actually do have an ad coming up in about 45 seconds, and this one I cannot skip. Light source, yeah. I feel like this looks pretty good. Let me check on my other monitor. Yeah. And then if you turn off the light, we just disable and enable this one. The only thing is that I kind of feel like if the light is on, you should be able to click here. Even if you don't have the light on. But generally speaking, I think it makes sense that if you can see it, you should be able to interact with it. You could argue that you don't see the stairs, I suppose. What do you think, guys? Okay, we have some ads running at the moment. I might just go ahead and get myself a bit of tea, but I'll be back in just a minute or so. Thank you for your patience, as always. In the meantime, if you haven't, of course make sure to go and check out the demo. Appreciate any reviews, they mean a lot. So yeah, I'll see you guys in just a bit. Cheers. And we are back. Appreciate your patience, as always. Okay, I feel like I'm pretty happy with this. I think I'm gonna not worry about this being interactable. Unless I switch the actual hitbox itself and have one with the light on that's always interactable and I deactivate the other one, you know, that actually wouldn't be too difficult. You know what, I might do that. So if we duplicate this hitbox, we make this light the child object of that hitbox. And then this hitbox we say is always interactable. So this is going to be the lit hitbox. And then we have the non-lit one. Let's be more specific. Let's call this the upstairs hitbox. And then we have the upstairs hitbox lit. That sounds good. Let's apply this. Make sure that the blocker... Oh wait, I don't even use this one. So it doesn't actually matter. Oh well. Mose and Robin, welcome in, man. How you doing? Download the demo and play the first 10 minutes. Like how the game started. The gameplay is smooth and catchy. I really like the navigation map system. I think it's one of the most important things in games like this, and you did it very well. Also, the sounds were super good and realistic. Thank you so much, Robin. I'm glad to hear that you liked it. Yeah, I think the map was something I feel like was very much needed. I did reiterate on it, or iterate on it quite a few times. We tried a few different map systems or whatever. But I think this is the best one so far. Because the thing is, you kind of need it, because I know that it's fairly easy to get a little bit disoriented. And then with the new markers we have, it also serves as a little bit of a kind of objective list, you know? So I'm quite happy with it. Glad to hear that you liked it. If you enjoyed the game, don't forget to please leave a review. It helps out a ton. And yeah, I hope you had a good weekend, man. Did it work? Sorry if I knew you could use a light source. I would have said it earlier, thought it doesn't work with your system. No, this should be fine. I didn't think of it first, to be honest, either. But I feel like this could be a really good solution. And now it's gonna make sense, as in like this being interactable if the light is on, but not if it's off. Which I think I'm trying to stick to the whole thing where... Like, basically my mindset as of right now is that if you can see it, you should be able to click on it. So this hitbox, which is dark now, you should not be able to click on. But if the light is on, it feels like you should be able to do it. So you remain always interactable. This one is not. Oh wait, do I... No, that is... Yeah, that's the only difference I need. Now we're gonna disable that one.
I'm lurking over here.
Going to apply all of this. Thank you very much for lurking, Teabag. Appreciate ya. I really can't wait for the full game to come out. Thank you so much, Robin. Okay, and then in the upper main hall here, we now need to... Why can't I see anything? Oh. To do a few changes, mainly in regards to how the lamp works. Oh, wait a second. Requires power. Lamp lights. Why do I have 3 props icon scripts on this one? I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. Objects to be toggled. Is this... maybe I need the other one to remain on behind it. So we only deactivate and activate the lit version. Yeah. I think I might need to do it that way. Okay, so, in other words, here we're gonna add a new one, which is going to be main hall, upstairs. Oh shit, but wait. Is that gonna work though? Or am I gonna need this to have a parent? I'm just trying to think of like all the edge cases, making sure that this works. I might actually need to enable and disable a parent object from here. Instead. Because then when you flip the light switch, we can basically toggle this one on and off. Yeah. And then I have a parent object that we can toggle as well. Yeah, I think that's the way I need to do it. So, empty parent. That did not work. Just I need to be in the actual prefab. Let's see. Upstairs hitbox lit. You should be deactivated. And then I want to give you a parent object. Upstairs lit. And you can be enabled, but... Oh. Yeah. And then here we add requires power on the parent of you. And then I put you here. Yes. Now we go back to the upper main hall. Wait, what the fuck? Where's the main hall down here now? Did I move you, or did I accidentally duplicate you? No? That's a bit weird. You should be... Yeah. Did you see the creative channel in Vince Distro Shop? I don't think I did. What is this? Okay, let me have a look. Even got it on Steam Grid DB. Shroud of Gloom. Ah, look at that. Look at that. 8.2 hours. Wait, what? Wait, Steam Grid DB? I don't even know what this is. Absolute piece of artwork. Beautiful, man. Custom Steam Grid thumbnails? How does that work? Steam Grid DB allows you to add custom images for your games in your library. Oh shit, that's hilarious, man. I had no idea that was a thing. But I have a DBT. So do you have any background of coding programming before you started game dev? Because right now I have 0% understanding, just here to show support. When I start development, but I don't know where to ever start. I had 0 experience with like programming and stuff when I started, so you can certainly still do it. I had like a bit of experience with like digital art and stuff. That is something I had done before. But when it comes to the actual programming side, I quite literally started at square one. And that was what, about like a bit over 2 years ago now. So that is definitely not something that would stop you. I would say that like today I feel quite comfortable programming. Like I might not always make stuff in the code stuff in the best way possible, but I can basically code anything I want. At least I can get it to work, if you know what I mean. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Not that I could literally do anything, but you know what I'm saying. And I think, you know, for me, even after I made my first game, I started getting a bit more comfortable with it. So my main recommendation would just be to start off small, like make a fairly like small scope project. Basically think of the smallest game you could that you think you could try and make. And I'm not talking like, okay, I'm gonna make a small RPG. No. Like, I'm talking like small, tiny little arcade game. Like, think of something along the lines of like Flappy Bird. Or like, what I did was that I made Pastry Pops, right? That was the first game I ever finished. Which was like a super simple game where you just like, you catch stuff falling down. Like, this is kind of the scope I would recommend starting with if you don't have any previous experience coding. So just pick like the simplest game you could and then make it 10 times smaller again. And then just go for it, man. If you want to, I actually did release a devlog showing how I made my first game. So could check that one out if you want to. The gist of it is basically that I did use a bit of tutorials, a bit of ChatGPT, and a whole lot of brute forcing. And, you know, eventually, I just started getting the hang of it. Not having experience with programming is certainly not something I think should stop you. Other people can find them on that as well and use them? Oh, holy shit. What's great for emulation, since no artwork shows you... Wait, since no artwork shows, so you just use Steam Grid to add it? Oh, interesting. 1.5 years in game dev and I still don't know shit. No, and I think there's always gonna be more stuff to learn, basically, right? Like, you're never done. But personally, I find that to be a good thing. Like, that gets me more excited, because I know that, every day I can learn something new. I understand why some people might find that to be a little bit, like, demotivating. But if anything, I think it's like an advantage. For me personally, at least. Okay, so the light switch here should toggle the child object. The functional light switch. So, switch off. You should activate the upstairs hitbox lit. Boom. And then the light switch on, that is to turn off the light, you should deactivate the upstairs hitbox lit. And this one will just be enabled in front of that one.
CL challenges
should
the
be
community
fine.
to a marble race.
Let's do it! Anybody know why there is a fire icon next to the amount of people in-game on SteamDB? No idea. I don't think I have that in my extension, which is from SteamDB. Yeah, this one just says online now. Oh damn, look at that, 38 reviews! Damn, we're getting close to 40. Thank you so much to anyone that's reviewed the game. Truly, truly means a lot. Anders, really liked the art style and the atmosphere in this demo. Classic point and click puzzle solving. Looking forward to playing the full game. Thank you so much, man. We got Vinny as well. Me encanta jugar este demo. Me sorprendió, maybe? Lo nervioso que me puso el ambiente. My Portuguese is fucking so much with my Spanish nowadays. Entre los sonidos y el arte hicieron un gran combo. Y además me llevé un par de buenos sustos, super recomendado. Okay. Okay. I love playing this demo. Sorprendió. This is like this must be related to sorprender, which is to surprise. So, lo nervioso. I surprised the nervousness? No, that doesn't make sense. Surprised something nervous. Me puso, I don't know what puso is. El ambiente, the ambience. Between the sounds and the art. Oh, I think this is there. Like there is, or something. So between the sounds and the art, there is a great combo. And the mass, I'm gonna assume, mass is more. I'm gonna assume this is like furthermore or even more. And furthermore, it gave me a pair of good scares. Super recommended. Thank you so much, Vinny. Appreciate ya. Truly, truly appreciate anyone reviewing the game. It does mean a lot. Unity's new input system is horribly complex, stops me every time I try to make something. It does take a little while to get into it. I certainly think that, for me personally, I would say that the old system is a bit more intuitive. The only issue is that if you want to have like multiple input systems or be able to rebind, then that part is way easier with the new system. But I basically have my own wrapper for the new system, so I use the new system as the old one, which is a little bit weird, but I kind of like it that way. So for me personally, I still check for input in update functions, like the old system with the whole like, you know, if input dot blah blah blah. Like I have my own like namespace for that stuff. I mean, I can show you this. Do I not have a script called like control settings? No. Is that it? Yeah, no, it is. Load key binding, save key binding. No, this is not the one I'm looking for. Key bind. Oh no, input. Chirpy.input. Is that not what I call it? Yeah, look at this. So this is my namespace, which has a reference to my control settings. And then I just check for this bool input, and then I pass in the key action to find that key, which means that when I actually do this, we have a, what do I call it? Input controller, maybe? Is that what I call it? Where is my script for this? Input manager, this is the one. I basically just have a massive update function that checks like if controller.input is key action escape, then do all of this weird stuff. Or like if controller input is flashlight and the flashlight is enabled, then call the key binding pressed on the flashlight. Like it's a very weird way of doing it, but I don't know, it kinda just made sense in my mind. Do you know what I mean? That was really impressive. I think you should do it as well, Moscow. I believe in ya. Just do it. Just do it. Where's the emote? Here you go. Just do it, man. I'm starting to love it. Using it with events, less simple than the old one for sure, yeah. Jotson, what is up, man? How are you doing? Big shout out to the one and only Jotson, yet another game developer on Twitch.tv, who also recently released his demo for the mailroom. Look at this. Also, reviews looking really good, 25 positive, knocking it out of the park. Made sure to go and check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Support our fellow developers as always. Has the fest started yet? Or are we still waiting for it? I think we're still waiting for it. Can you not do the on key down with the new input too? I think I do. I think doesn't this check for, no, oh yeah, I checked if this action was performed this frame. But I think the end result is basically the same thing. Haven't been able to play your demo yet, been too busy fixing bugs. No worries, man, I know how it is. I haven't had the time. I was actually thinking about potentially giving your demo a little go after I get this update out. I would like to get this update out for the festival. It's nothing huge, just small little tweaks that I think would be nice to have. How is it looking so far for you, Jotson? I don't know how public you are with numbers and stuff, but just out of curiosity, how do you feel about the release? I mean, obviously reviews are looking really good. We seem to be at fairly similar amount of players as well. I think you're actually doing a bit better than I am in terms of the ranking on new and trending. Like, of course, if you don't mind, but it would be interesting to see, like, I don't know, your medium playtime, the amount of wishlists you've been getting, that kind of stuff, just as a comparison. Do you know how many players you've had? I'm fucking bombarding you with questions here. I'm just very curious about the data. Look, there we have it, the mailroom demo. I think on this main page, I actually have to scroll way longer to find mine. There we have, I'm like a couple extra pages down or something. So, basically Jotson released his demo a day after me. But on this list, you seem to be doing really well. A 100+ wishlist. Wait, days since the demo. Wait, are you saying 100+ per day? Because that is fucking fantastic. Okay, so I wonder if it's mainly like... It depends on how many players you've had as well, I suppose. That is way better than I've had. I think I've been getting maybe barely half of that, I think. Yeah, my best days so far since I released the demo has been 50. So you are basically doubling that, which sounds really good. About half my traffic is coming from the demo hub. Yeah, I think I imagine that your ranking on this page does give you a lot of traffic. I do imagine I get some from here as well. I was high up when I released it. Unlike the release day, I think it was on the second page or something, but I've dropped quite a bit here. Medium playtime 19 minutes. Interesting. Okay. So it seems like...
Attention streamer. Screamfest is live.
Oh shit, is it? Discounts and events? But this is... Okay, some of them. But that's not all horror. How do I find this? Wait, am I on the main page? I am. Is this it? No, but these are other events. This is like all events, I think. Give it a minute, okay. So yeah, what I was about to say is... It seems like... It's interesting. I have slightly higher medium playtime. Mine is like 30 minutes. Wait, did you say how many players have you had? And you know, if there's anything you don't want to say, feel free to just ignore it. I'm just trying to analyze the data here, because it's interesting, since we both have fairly similar games in some manner, and we released almost at the same time, with I think fairly similar wishlist counts as well, as far as I'm aware. At least according to my estimate from your followers. Then it seems like I have slightly more median playtime, but you're getting about double the amount of wishlists I have. I have more reviews at the moment, but that could also just stem from my demo being up, you know, one extra day. So I assume then that the ranking on new and trending... I assume this mainly has to do with the amount of wishlist you're getting. Like, I'm not trying to make that like the only factor, of course, but that seems to be the one where you are clearly way above me. For 94 lifetime unique users. Don't know where to find downloads. Okay, yeah, so you are... Okay, yeah. You're basically doubling the users and the amount of wish lists. It sounds like. That's really nice, man. Then it seems like my review ratio would be better, but there might be... Like, I have been basically begging everyone across my community constantly to review the game. So that could be a factor in it, for sure. I don't know how much you have had, like, call to action to review the game. Yeah, this is interesting. It's nice when we have our games like releasing at the same time, being somewhat similar in genre and stuff, to be able to compare. Something I'm realizing though is that I think my click-through rate is actually pretty shit. I think I'm gonna need to switch out my capsule art at some point. I think I need to try and see if I can make something more captivating for the capsule art. Because that's the main thing where I would say I'm getting a lot of impressions, but my click-through rate is not great at the moment. What was I gonna look at though? Oh yeah, the amount of players. What did you say? You had almost 500 lifetime unique users, which is the people that have actually booted up the game. I don't know if I'm even at half of that. Yeah, 216. So you're getting about twice as many players and twice as many reviews at the moment. That sounds really good, man. Me too. Hey chat, play my demo and write me a review. Do it, people. Support our fellow developers. I'll make sure to get one in there as well. I'm gonna see if we should have time to maybe finish off today playing your demo. Yeah, but so far I would say for the both of us, at least for me, I would say that we are doing quite well. I don't know how you are feeling about it. To be fair though, I didn't go in with like too many like too high expectations. I don't really know if I expected much, but so far I would say it's doing well. Yeah, so I wonder, it would be very interesting to know like exactly what they look at for this ranking. I assume it is multiple things, it's probably like a lot of factors to it. Because I was high, but I've definitely dropped quite a lot in the new and trending. Yeah, I think my biggest mistake... Would you mind sharing your click-through rate as well? I imagine that your click-through rate is gonna be quite a lot better. That's my expectation here. Because mine is... That's probably the one thing where it seems like I could improve the most at the moment, just getting that click-through rate up. Lion, welcome in, man. How you doing? How did the demo launch go? So far, it's going really well. Currently sitting at 38 positive reviews. Look at that, we have 2 people playing right now. So overall, I am very happy with the release. It would be sick if we can manage to hit 100 reviews during this event. Oh shit, Steam stream, okay, the first is up. So now... Okay, we have a free demo section. How long do I have to scroll? I can show more here as well. Okay, so I'm not on this section. So this is the free demos. Now I assume, yeah, this is gonna be for games that are already out as well. So that's gonna up the competition quite a lot. Yeah. We are probably gonna be fairly far down here. We'll see how much we get out of this fest. This is a lot of strolling. That is the first thing I'm gonna say. This is a lot of strolling. I imagine most people stop quite a bit before this. Ooh, is this 1-bit? Oh, that looks kinda cool. But yeah, if anyone hasn't played the demo, please go ahead and do so. Appreciate any reviews on that. #1 way to help out the development as of right now. Because 80 new games come out every day, so we're dropping down the list every day. Yeah, that is a fair point. Which city are you interested in? Overall is 2.7. Oh, interesting. So that is actually almost the same. I imagine though that since you're higher up on, you're ranking higher on that list, I imagine your impressions are probably quite a lot higher than mine. Interesting, okay. Maybe... Okay, that is interesting. Where do I see this again? Marketing, visibility. What was mine? Yeah, mine is my general click-through rate. This is most recent week, but that's a default, so I assume that might be what you looked at as well. Mine is 2.8 at the moment, and I have almost 70,000 impressions. Since you're ranking so much higher on the list, I'm gonna imagine that you have a higher impression, but okay. 2 to 5% is pretty normal, I've heard, but I'm going to experiment with the capsule anyway. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it as well. I've actually gotten some feedback from people on Reddit as well. Well, I had one guy, at least, tell me that he thought I could do something better with the capsule art. He basically... Oh, there we go, mailroom, look at that. Oh, that is unfortunate. Why do they not show the reviews here? Oh, because the demo is technically not a part of the... Oh yeah, that is a little bit unfortunate. Technically it's the main game that's in the fest. Which means for people to even find and be able to leave a review, they're gonna have to specifically go into the demo afterwards. That might be slightly unfortunate in terms of getting more reviews. And it would look more enticing if you had like the positive thing here. But yeah, once again, I think it's important to note the fact that this fest is not a fest for upcoming games, or like for demos, right? Like, technically speaking, this is more like a discount fest. Damn, how far am I gonna have to scroll to find my game here? Yeah, I don't think I should keep my hopes super high for this, unless, I don't know, we have some YouTube video stream go a bit viral and push way more traffic, because I imagine that 99% of users are not gonna scroll this far. This is a lot of scrolling. I haven't counted, but I think I'm down to like page 20. My offset is currently 292, and I haven't even found my game yet. Anyways, I just went to say hi, have a nice one. No worries, Lion, thank you very much for dropping by still. Might be able to tune in later. In that case, I'll catch you later. Otherwise, have a good one, man. Right, I'm not super expecting a lot from it, yeah. Yeah, no chance anyone scrolls so far. I don't think so. Page 17. What is up, Trash? How you doing? Maybe 1 in 1,000 people. Yeah. I think it's fair to say that we should probably keep our hopes pretty low for this fest. Unfortunately, that does seem to be the case. This is way too much scrolling. Now, I don't know if I... There's also the free section, right? Free to play. I think if you have separate demo pages, they might actually show up here too. And that would get rid of all of the... Obviously you get the free-to-play games, but you might miss out on the... Or is that even true? Maybe we won't show up here, since the demo technically isn't a part of the fest. Yeah, just all of these seem to be full games. Yeah, we might not even be in this list. I don't see any demo here. Because I know sometimes on Steam, if you have a separate Steam page for your demo, it can actually count as a free game as well. But that's probably not the case in this fest, it doesn't seem like. Oh, that's an interesting one. Like, the general idea of this capsule is very similar to mine. Obviously a different art style and stuff, but... Yeah, dude. Okay, I think I'm fucked. At least Jotson, for your game, it wasn't like horrible. Like, I definitely had to scroll, but you could find it. Like, at this point... Wait. Oh yeah, this game is released, that's why, even though it's a demo, you see the reviews right. Kinda sad that they don't show the reviews for the demos here. That would just look better, having the positive text next to it. Fam. I've scrolled past like 500 games. Yeah. Hit me up again after the fest and share my numbers. Yeah, likewise, man. It's gonna be interesting to see. I imagine, from the looks of it, I imagine you're gonna perform a lot better in this review, because this is fucked. This is... I don't know. Am I even gonna find my game? Because I assume the issue as well is that even for the full releases... Yeah. Every fully released game that's a part of this fest also gets that demo on this side, which means we are basically competing with both upcoming games and already released games. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna fucking cry. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm not gonna get a single fucking visitor from this fest, from what it seems like. I'm fucked. The order of games appearing on Steam might be different from player to player, it depends on what their favorite genre. I'm sure your games show up on the first 10 for some people, hopefully. Yeah, maybe, yeah. That might be a good point. The only counter argument, I suppose, is that nowadays, technically, I have the most playtime in my own game. I'm not logged in here though, am I? No, I don't think I am. Because sometimes I think if you're logged into an account that already has the game... Oh yeah, but that means... Whether this game fits me or not doesn't matter because I'm not logged in. Yeah, so that might be a good shout, to be honest. Marbles will distract. Yeah, oh yeah, we did get a redeem for the marble race. Sorry, I keep forgetting about the marble races today. Is this a horror game? Okay. It did look a lot more like a horror game in the screenshots. But I'm in too deep now. I have to find it, right? This is so fucked. Unless I've missed it, but I doubt it. How do you keep forgetting about your main project and keep working on the side project? Yeah, exactly. Oh shit, look at that, 10 bosses here. It is really an event for discounts and sales for the event, yeah. No, I think that is something to keep in mind. Kind of unfortunate that all of the full releases get that demos here as well. I mean, I understand it, right? Like, it makes full sense. I'm not trying to make the argument that they it's like unfair for them to have the demos here now. Of course not. Like, I very much understand it, but for me in my position, it's unfortunate because, like, obviously it raises the competition a shit ton. I've used this font. I think this was the first font I used for the logo for the game. I don't think we ever had it in like marketing material. We iterated quite a few times in the beginning. More than showing you demos of games, but you and Jotson might appear because of the momentum you guys have. I mean, Jotson was in here, fairly high up as well. At least just a handful of pages down or something, I think. I have soon gone down 1,000 games, and I haven't found mine. I feel like you should have seen yours by now. I could have missed it. It is possible. We should search for it. Nope. I have not found it yet. Then again, it could be like Molson Robbins said as well. Like, maybe these are like personalized or whatever. So, depending on what kind of games you've been playing, maybe it should rank higher. But the default one on a non-logged in account, it seems like we are gonna be very, very far down. They might randomly rotate it through the top banner like in Next Fest. Yeah, that's a good point. I know in the Next Fest they kinda try to show you more random games the first couple of days, and then they cannot decide which games to push the most. So it could very well be something similar here. Which I suppose makes it so that the most important thing is that if you haven't played the demo yet, go and play it. We're gonna need those reviews, those wish lists, those players to get more momentum going for this fest. I feel like I'm into deep. I can't stop scrolling. I have to see, can I even find my game here? What is up, Aaron? How you doing, man? As someone who's been working on a side project for a year, I can't believe I'm being personally attacked right now. How you doing, man? Good to see ya. Yet another game developer here on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. Tickle Monster, good to see you. Bem-vindo pá. Como é que é, meu? Thank you for playing the game the other day. Then again, these are all the kind of events you should be joining to get wishlists and views, even if they full with discounts for existing games. Yeah, no, for sure. Like, I don't think there's any argument for like why I wouldn't join a fest like this. Like, there's only positives that could come out of it, right? I guess you could always find some way to phrase, like, see some potential negative in it too, but generally speaking, like, if the demo is good, there should not be any, like, disadvantages to joining. I'm good, man. How's the demo going? I mean, so far the demo is doing really well. I'm really happy with the results. Currently sitting at 38 reviews, 100% positive. Very happy about that. Thank you so much to anyone that's reviewed the game. For the Horror Fest, we seem to be ranking very, very low. And I'm starting to wonder if my game is gonna be the fucking very last one. 1,000. I've scrolled 1,200 games. But yeah, overall the demo itself is actually doing really well. I'm very happy with the release so far. I searched for point and click free games, and your game showed up on the on 322nd game. Maybe you expect a better ranking, but still proves that you're not the same for everyone. Yeah, but that one is also, you search for point and click games, so that changes some of the factors a little bit, right? Got an appointment, best of luck. No worries, Tico. Thank you very much for dropping by, and good luck with the appointments. That rules not the ranking, I guess, but great news on the reviews. Yes, so far the demo, I'm really happy with how it's going. But this is getting fucking comical, people. I can't stop now. I am legitimately into deep. Like, I have to find it now, right? I didn't miss some fucking confirmation to join, right? No. No, I was registered and everything. It should be in here. Otherwise, that would be really unfortunate. Does Steam have some downloads number? They do. Do you mean for the demo, like how many people have installed it? I do have that number. I think I've had like almost 5 times as many installs. I think I'm currently sitting at... Last I checked it was like 1,000 installs or something. But I think you gotta take that with a bit of a grain of salt. Yeah, I have about 1,000 that has added the game to the library. But I think there are some bots in that stuff as well, so I don't think all of them are like organic player installs. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how much this fest does. Looking at this ranking right now, I am definitely not getting my hopes up. To be fair though, once again, I didn't have like super high expectations for this fest. Just like we said, I think it's important to note the fact that it's not about demos. This is not like the next fest. Like the main thing that's gonna be promoted are games on sale, right? Wait, am I looking on the wrong phone? The wrong thing here? I'm fucking scrolling the wrong thing, am I? Demos. Oh my god. No, but this says install demo on everyone. But it doesn't say demo here now. Wait. Home. What am I looking at? No, free demos. Oh, this is demos on, just demos on Steam. Right. Okay, fair enough. That wasn't in the Stream Fest. I get it. Okay, I have to stop soon. This is getting out of hand. Soon about to hit 1,500 games. I mean, I do suppose one thing we could do is just check the top part. If the order is same for everyone, then we know if it's personalized or not. What dictates the position in the list? I would imagine that there's multiple factors. I assume it's like momentum, amount of wish lists, amount of players, the traffic you've been getting beforehand. I would imagine that they take multiple things into account. So in other words, I don't really know. But on the normal like demo section, it definitely has to be players and wish lists taken into account. Because the mailroom is ranking quite a bit above mine, and it seems like the biggest points where the mailroom seems to be doing better than my game seems to be in amount of players and amount of wish lists. But then I don't know if it's the same for this fest. There might be a different algorithm, you know. You never know. Yeah, okay, I have to give up. I'm gonna do one more. And then I think I give up. Okay, one more, maybe. Come on. Double check that I haven't missed it. Nope. Oh wait, can I do that? That might be a good shout. 2000. No, did I put it too high maybe? Oh wait, tab 17 and offset. Do those need to match maybe? Yeah, just now I don't get the ones from the beginning. Okay, so one thing we could check out of curiosity. If I just go into... Let's see, let's go back here. So this should be the very top of... Oh, wait, there's also multiple lists here, I just realized. All top sellers, popular discounted. Browse James. But wait, is this all James? No, this should only be demos, right? Oh, the tab is actually which one of these? Look, tab 6, 8, 16. Oh, interesting. I think the issue is that when you just go by the link, it removes the ones above. Are yours different here? Okay. So then it seems like these might be personalized, which I guess is a good thing for us. That means we potentially could be ranking higher for some people. Sorry guys, we do have an ad coming up. I cannot skip this one, but I do appreciate your patience as always. You definitely went past games that have less wishlist and traffic than yours. Mine is the same? Interesting. Are you logged in, Remax, out of curiosity? You are? Okay. It would be interesting if I could just get like, if they actually could say the ranking here, just so you would know. Anyway, like I said, I don't think I should keep my hopes too high for the festival itself. We'll just have to see how it goes. We'll be happy if it goes well. We'll accept it if it doesn't. Let's see if we can get this update out. Did I set everything up? I think I did. Mine is like on and off on the same games. Interesting. Oh yeah, marbles. You know what? Let's do marbles after the ad break has finished. Good shout. I keep forgetting, man. Excuse me? Oh, I turned off the light in here, right. Don't think Steam has revealed exactly what exactly counts / matters, but I bet it's a mix of wishlist, medium playtime, concurrent players, potentially maybe a full game has always set as coming soon. Yeah, I would assume it's like a combination of a lot of things. So I guess if everyone just makes sure to wishlist the demo, play the demo, review the demo, and then keep the demo on, like, open for like the next week, we might do well. I'm joking. Okay, so now it's dark upstairs, but if I go up and I turn on the light and we pop back down again, it is now a bit brighter. And if I turn off the light, we can still see upstairs. We can't go anywhere here, but I should still be able to... Oh, it doesn't show the arrow though. It seems it is interactable, but it doesn't show the arrow. Why is that? Ads should be over. Welcome back, people. Why did I not get the arrow? I know I didn't set the whole thing up correctly. I guess all I need to do might be that, to be honest. Okay, before that though, let's make sure to run this marble race before I forget about it again. Strom as the Redeemer. Do you have a preferred map? So this is our little side project we started a while ago. A little marble race simulator. Descent, let's do it. If anyone wants to join the race, type !join in the chat if you want to have some marbles. Yeah, I forgot to list reviews, those matter too on some widgets, yeah. If I was Steam, I would personalize the list and prioritize by most likely to purchase, but who knows what they use to determine that, yeah. No, and I think that made sense, like from just a business perspective, that seems like it would be the way to go. Blort, welcome in man, how you doing? As the new tradition is, let's also start a little prediction here, whether or not you think the challenger Strom will win or not. You have 2 minutes to gamble some channel points. Also, TechBox North, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. I love marbles, let's go. Oh shit, look at that. 4,000 points on Strom winning. Almost 19,000 points on Strom not winning. Welcome in Red Rocka, how you doing, man? Thank you very much for the review on Steam, it means a lot, man. $22,500 points bet on Strom losing. We have almost 11,000 on the Believer side. Lots of channel points being bet here. I keep forgetting our record, but I know we broke it by quite a lot last time. I think our new record is like a total of 70k something channel points, which is fucking insane. The people like to gamble. We have about 40 seconds or something left. Holy shit, okay. We just reached 60,000 total points. We have almost 11,000 on Strom winning. We have 50,500 on Strom losing. Some people could get very rich on this race. If anyone else wants to join, type !join in the chat if you want to have some marbles. I'm hoping to be one of those. Robin, welcome in. Strom, if you lose this, I will DDoS your connection every day for a year. Damn, Wakacha might have bet a lot of points here. We have a fair amount of believers though. Okay, what did we end at? We ended at almost 20k for the believer side and just above 50k for the non-believers. So the non-believers are more confident because, as it shows here, we had the exact same amount of believers and non-believers. So with that, last chance to join the race, type !join in the chat, otherwise we're gonna be starting in about 10 seconds. Let's go. 5 bettors on both sides? Yes indeed. Let's go. Into the first Plinko section, we have Strom, the challenger, doing really well. Does get kicked out of the spinner though, but does manage to go in. You know, he's still doing fairly well here. But in the lead, we currently have TechBox. Strom second place though. But you know what? This is the descent, which means that a lot of things could change here. The flipper could turn this around quickly. Ooh, that was close, Strom. But you know what? Still Strom in second place. However, we also have the Arcanoid section, which a lot of you know as Starting Point 2.0, because a lot of marbles are going to catch up here. I see a handful of Stroms coming down here, at least 5, and 2 of them in a really good position going into the swoosher. We have Techbots getting a bit knocked out, almost going straight through the Plinko section though, and will be the first one into the spinners. It is almost guaranteed at this point. Yep, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have ourselves a winner. Looks like we're gonna have the double Jotson, 2nd and 3rd place, Saxidat 4, Blork 5, Unity Code 6, double Saxidat 7 and 8, Strom 9, Mosen Robin 10. So final ranking for the challenger, 9th place. At least it did end up on the stand, I suppose. That's always something. GG Techbots. Also bettered as a non-believer, which means he won twice. This is gonna be the last one. We have Nacho Tyler here. Couple of Wakachas. Some people still in the swooshes. Oh shit. We also have another Techbots still stuck in the flipper. Looks like Techbots is going to be both first and last place. This is rigged. It's not rigged, it is the most fair race you could have ever seen. I mean, to be fair, subscribers do get more marbles, so I guess that you could argue that's not entirely fair, but oh well. Still have a few marbles in the race. Is it the last one? We have Techbots bouncing through the last Plinko section. Pay to win, Gambo. Marbles is pay to win. Just slightly. It's slightly pay to win. I don't know why you're complaining, Raka. You are one of the guys who do get extra marbles. And with that, every marble has reached the finish line. Unfortunately though, that does mean that the challenger Strom did not win. So the 17,000 points from the believer side will be split amongst the non-believers. With that, we are going to finish off the prediction and get back to work. Thanks for playing, guys. Okay, let's see if this works now. Oh yeah, I need to fix something about the arrow. Dark up there now. Turn on the light, go down. It is slightly brighter. It still gets highlighted though. This is the only thing I don't like. It doesn't show the arrow if I don't have my light on. Even though I can click on it.
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. I did not know I was paying to support inequality. I think this is a nice detail though. The fact that it actually looks like the light is on there. Now to be fair, you could argue that that means that it should look like the light is on through here as well, but no, we are not doing that. That is not happening. But this one I think is a nice little detail. So the question is, if I should just make this not be... I don't know if I can be bothered fixing the whole issue with the arrow not showing. I might just make it so that you can't click on this one. Unless... you have the light on. Because this does not look right. You could argue that the reason you can't go up here is because you can't see the stairs, I suppose. That's why you need the light on. Kinda made sense. Kinda. Fuck it. Upstairs hitbox lit. You are no longer always interactable. That is the easiest fix I can do as of right now. I don't know if I love it. Generally speaking, it feels like if you can see it, you should be able to click it. I don't know how big of an issue it is here, though. Like I say, you could argue that it still made sense. Because you can't see the stairs. That's an issue, though. What if I do that, though? And then I set this as the door. Shouldn't both of those link to the same room now? I think that would be fine. I lost all my marble points, sorry man. I think this is fine. Okay, so that one works. And that one works. A whole workout here, eh? Running up and down the stairs. I think that is a pretty nice little detail. There is one more thing I would like to check though. So let me do this, in case anyone hasn't played the demo yet. Which, of course, if you haven't, you should go and do right about now. Let me enable spoilers, do this and do this. Yeah. That seems fine as well. Yeah. Spoilers are disabled. Boom, boom. And we're back. This seems functional to me. Make upper part change depending on if the light is on. Donezo. Okay, I don't know if we should try and push this. Unless I wanna do this. I might. I might. Do I? Let's see, what have I actually done here? I fixed the hitbox for the painting. You can now click upstairs. We improve the art. No, I think it's better to try and get this out early and then I can fix the other stuff. Do I? I'm being a bit indecisive here. I do want this build up for the fest, even though it most likely seems like we're not gonna get a huge amount of traffic from it. Still have some people playing the demo, let's go. Oh, look at that, 39 reviews now, looking really good, thank you guys. Beautiful. Actually, out of curiosity, I should be able to... How often do they update the traffic analytics? I think that is more often than the wishlist numbers. It's probably not real time though. We'll see, I'm gonna keep an eye on it. It's gonna be interesting to see how... if we get any traction from this festival. Once again, of course, if you do want to help out, make sure to go and check out the demo. If you enjoy it, it would mean a lot to me if you left a review. Tattoo Bag, good to see you, man. How you doing? Was a wishlist out now? Curious since the demo over the weekend and positive reception. It's doing fairly good. On the best days, I have been getting about 50 wishlists a day. I think we are very close to hitting 1,000 wishlists on the game. Yeah, look at that. We are currently sitting at 928 wishlists. When I released the demo, I had somewhere around... I think I had almost 700 or something. So at this point we have gotten almost like... Did I say? Yeah, almost like 250 wishlists, which I think is pretty good. Not too shabby. Matt Bird's Quest, good to see you, man. How you doing? That's amazingly great. Yeah, so far the demo launch has gone really well. Kech. Let's have a look at Kech. Don't know why I tried to say that like a Scouse person. I feel like I could improve the art there a little bit as well. Can I do this in a way that doesn't spoil this as much for people that haven't played? Not really. Or maybe I could. What if I rename this and then then I remove this. No, not that. This. Okay, and then we make a new layer. So you guys are gonna see what I'm doing in just a moment. Let's see, this is the new layer. So here I'm just gonna do this. And copy that. Paste you all over, select those, link them all. Okay, that's fine. I mean, the demo is out. You should have played it by now anyway. Okay, so I think we can make this just look a little bit better. As kind of the final thing for this update. Did you do much promotion? I mean, as much as I could. I scheduled a premiere for the trailer on YouTube a couple of weeks before I posted a YouTube video where, you know, I at least mentioned the fact that the demo's coming out. Tried to push some shorts and stuff about the game to YouTube and stuff. I contacted about 50 content creators, I think, giving them like early access keys to the demo. Like I did a bit for sure. Definitely could have done more. I don't know if you can do too much marketing. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I tried to do quite a bit at least. Oh, you know what would probably make this look way better? I just realized. If we have like some... Imagine that we have a bit of like frosting or whatever, like flowing over a bit.
Bruh.
Do you know what I mean? What is up, Blork? How you doing? That's not too shabby. That is not too shabby. Maybe then I could make this section. Why do you look like that? Oh, I see. What if I remove that? Then theoretically I could make this gray. Yeah, I think I might like that. Okay. No. Maybe? I don't know, what do you think, guys? Yeah, we want to do something similar here as well. I also noticed that some people started like counting these as if that would have been important, and that I think is an issue. So I think if we made way too many of them, then that's not gonna be the case. Like if we do just this instead. I guess maybe we could have some darker ones too, potentially. Am I going too overboard now instead? I know I'm gonna start counting that. That looks a bit weird though. I don't know if I like it. It kind of looks like glittery or whatever. Do I like it? Game dev. The craft where you want to make a game, but you end up looking at references for the most random shit.
Flawless.
Cheers, man. More dripping? I mean, I guess I could do, like, bits and blobs of it here as well. Maybe. Maybe. I'll just do him slightly uneven or whatever. Here and there. Sure. Sure thing. Sure thing. think that looks pretty nice. I don't know about all of these pixels. When I was doing environment art, I would look at wall textures all the time. Yeah, I had like one stream where I was looking at, I think you call them chest panels in English. Like, I think I spent hours. Not chest panels? Chest wall panels. No, what's the term? Wall panels. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I mean like the kind of antique-ish ones. The like low ones, if you know what I mean. I mean, let's be honest here. Basically, what I'm referring to are the references for these. Like, I think I spent hours just looking at these like type of old wall panels to figure out how to do these ones. Like, it gets to a point where after a while you actually start feeling a little bit silly. Like, fam, all I wanted to do was make a fucking game. Now I'm fucking studying interior design full time. This was not what I signed up for. You're looking for recessed paneling or shaky style paneling? Maybe. Recessed paneling. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, like this is what I'm looking for, right? But this sounds like it's more about the... Like, yeah, because this could cover an entire wall. But some of these are wainscoting wall. Recessed wainscoting. Maybe. Recessed wainscoting is pretty common. Okay, yeah, I think that might be the correct term. For me, it's doing photos of building facades in the streets, hoping no one is thinking I'm a weirdo doing photos of people's windows. Yeah, that's like when we're out and about recording sound effects, like running around knocking on random shit with a microphone. You feel pretty fucking silly, you know? Type of thing you do when you like look over your shoulder, like making sure no one can see you, because you feel like a fucking weirdo. What if I make this one like so? That's pretty nice. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That looks pretty nice. Last but not least, maybe adding a couple of extra... What do you call it? Candles. Okay, that should be centered. Okay. Is that a separate layer? It is. This one, okay. So I guess we just... is it gonna look weird though if every single one is moving the same way? Maybe I made something where the bottom ones lag behind one. So we go here, and then we paste this. For these. Should these... maybe this should be taller though. Maybe something like that. Oh shit, did I do it on the wrong layer? I hate layers. Life is so much easier without layers. Okay. So we're gonna copy this little flame, move ahead one step, and then paste you guys. That looks a little bit weird, doesn't it? That would definitely look better. Sure. Okay, and now we copy this one, we move ahead one frame, and we put you here. Another one over here. Copy you. Because I think it's gonna look weird if all of these move exactly the same. The cake is a lie. Good fucking game reference, man. Took me a while to actually play through Portal. I didn't do it until last year. We played through both Portal 1 and Portal 2. Really fucking good games, let's be honest. Okay, now I want you over here. In frame 1. I think I like this. A bit more detail. We're gonna save that. We're gonna select these frames and we're gonna set a loop section. That looks pretty nice, doesn't it? When I couldn't get the save initially, I thought that layers of the changing numbers and sprinklers were clear. Yeah, I've seen especially these sprinkles. I think the fact that I had kind of few of them made it seem more like that could have some importance. I think when you have this many, I feel like people wouldn't care about it. So I think this is gonna be better. Okay. I think I'm happy with that. Let me see how this looks in-game as well. Are you doing here? Yeah, we need one more review to hit 40. One more review. If anyone has played the game, please make sure to review it. It would mean a lot to me. Okay, let's see if I can fix this now. Bum, bum, bum. How do I do this? How do I disable the loop section? Oh, delete tag? Okay. There we go. That looks good. You know, export sprite sheet. Replace the old one. You know, save the project, and I am gonna have a look at how this looks in game. I might be a little bit cheeky though and hide this in case someone wants to play the demo. Which you should. You should play the demo. Okay. Boom. Cheat. Give me everything I want. That looks good. Let's do that. Yeah, this looks way better, I think. Demo been top 10 demos during this demo fest. Wait, what do you mean? You mean personally? I would be very surprised if you mean like actual Steam ranking. I mean, that would be fucking amazing, but... Okay, am I happy with this? I think I'm happy with this. So we can do this again. Double check that this is still working. The light is indeed on. I turn you off. Then the light is off. That makes sense. Oh shit, you know what I just realized? You can actually see the lamp that's above the screen here for a split second when you go up. I have never noticed that. Wait, is that the case if I enable the black bars as well? I suppose it should be. I have never thought about that. Yeah, it does actually show for a split second. I actually don't know if I like that. How have I never noticed that? Lamp. Well, does this... Shit, does this move the light as well? It does. Okay, so as long as I move them the same amount, it should not be an issue. So if I move this up, like... Move you up another 20 pixels. And then I'm gonna take the... I'm gonna take the room light, and I'm gonna move you down 20 pixels. And the actual light in the room should remain the same. There are a lot of demos that I thought I would love and was disappointed in. Thank you very much for playing the demo, Pons. I'm very glad you liked it. To be honest, I actually feel quite good about about the current version. There definitely were a few fixes we had to do. I think we have improved it quite a bit, even since the playtest that you tried. But yeah, so far I'm feeling good. Yeah, now you can never see the lamp going up here. I think I prefer that. Does this look weird? Or does it look alright? Did I make this fade out even smoother? I mean, it suddenly looks fine when the light is on down here. Maybe. I don't know if that light is too much. Maybe just some small tweak here. Maybe increasing the fall of strength a little bit. Maybe just doing something like that. Maybe. I mean, it ends up being way less noticeable. Maybe I should do a lot more intensity as well as a lot more fall of strength. Like what if I like upped the intensity quite a lot? I'm trying to check how this looks on my other monitor as well, because the annoying thing with this stuff is that it makes a big difference what type of monitor you're on. I don't know. I mean, obviously as well, what type of brightness you have set. It feels a little bit weird that the railing is more visible than the room. I mean, I guess the room technically is further away, so it kinda makes sense. But this wall is technically further away than the railing is. So maybe it made sense that you see the railing more? Oh yeah, there was that other thing. I think I need to lower the volume of the rune transition. I think that one is a little bit too loud. I think the footsteps are fine, but they like whooshy sound. What do I call that one? I think, yeah, rune transition. Let's... I don't know, fuck it. Let's like half the volume or something. Just even notice when that big like French streamer was playing the game, I actually think he found it a little bit too repetitive. That is way lower. Almost to the point where it's not noticeable, but I actually think that's better. Because I also think, as I said before, this depends so much on like your setup, what kind of speakers you have, and all of that stuff. What platform you're on. I noticed that it sounded way louder when I was watching like streamers on my phone than it does when I play the game myself. And that is kind of stuff you have to take into account as well. Why is that one on? Oh, right. I need to toggle that one. Let's override this. I should preferably do a bit of marketing today as well. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I think I like it. Other things that would be nice, maybe do some minimum display time for tutorial tips, display the final speedrun time. I don't think that's a priority. I don't think you'd have that much like speedrunning in a demo anyway. I mean, we already have Whale, to be honest, did finish the demo in what, like 1.5 minutes or something? Current world record. I think I'm pretty happy with this. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of playtesting, just brute force this, make sure we can't break the game in any way. I mean, not that any of these changes should have like a huge effect anyway. I think we've gotten through the main things I wanted to sort out for this update. I mean, there are more things. This, I think, is fairly important. Constraining the cursor if you are on widescreen. This is actually not different resolutions, this is on different aspect ratios, to be clear. But that one, I need to look into how to do it, I'm not entirely sure. Hey Robin, thank you very much for the review. Zot as well, thank you. Yeah, wait, we should check the... I think we gotten a bit more feedback. See if there's anything else there we're gonna need to address. No bugs. That's good. Was the game similar to what you expected? Less text than I thought. That's interesting. I wonder if this is in terms of like documents and stuff, which I think would be fair. We're definitely gonna try to have more like lore related stuff in the full version. Okay, Dog, welcome in, man. How you doing? Good to have ya. Okay, let's see here. Game was unique, last jump scare properly got me. I actually think the last jump scare turned out really good. That one was kinda just whiffed together, to be honest. I did have to tweak like timings and stuff a little bit, but it did end up quite nice. I've seen some people get like proper jump scared out of it. Horror elements on point. If anything, the ability to go back outside where my car was would be the point where I would hop into the car and hightail it out of there. That is a good shout. I actually think this is something I thought about, where what we could do is actually to make the car interactable and what we should do is start off by just displaying some toasts. Maybe first you do something like, you know, I got more to do before I leave or something. And then maybe after you realize that there might be something bad going on as well, you could actually change that toast into being something like addressing the fact that the player might actually want to leave and be like, I'd like to leave, but blah blah blah, I need to stay. I think that would be good. I don't think I have time to do it now because of localization. You know, obviously I would need to translate this into like 12 different languages, which we might not have time for this specific update, but I think this is a good shout. Because then at least it would make sense in terms of like, the player kind of has the ability to try and leave, but then with like the toast narrative or whatever, we can kind of explain why you can't do it yet. Welcome in, Whale, good to have ya. Thank you for the review as well. The speedrun timer doesn't count when you are in the pause menu, so you can just instantly pause, note down the answer in a speedrun. Ah, that's actually a good point. That one is tricky to get around though, because it also would feel very weird to count the time in the pause menu. But that is a... yeah, that's a bit of an interesting dilemma. Good shout, I'm gonna have to think a bit on that. Yeah. There's a lot of weird things that can happen there, to be honest. Like, similarly, you could actually constantly use the pause menu to like pause, move the mouse over, unpause click, pause, move the mouse, you know, like kind of cheese it like that, which wouldn't be a very interesting speedrun. Like, it wouldn't be like visually very engaging. Maybe I'd need to look at like similar games. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up, I cannot skip this one. Appreciate your patience. 2 timers. Yeah, just right now I use the actual play time. The thing is that so do most games. Like, that's how you would count it in like Dark Souls, where obviously they cheese it a lot with like quit outs and stuff. But I guess this is different because... Oh yeah, I guess that's the thing. A quit out is technically different to just pausing, because technically you can't pause the game in Dark Souls. Like, the only way to actually pause the flow of time or whatever is to completely quit out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure something out there. Minecraft speedrun community counts both in-game time and real time. How does that work? What, like a combination of both? Oh no, you just mean that they... Well wait, that makes no sense. Because if they do both in-game time and real time, doesn't that mean that they only do real time, technically? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, why am I going to this scary abandoned mansion in the first place? Now that is a good shout as well. I've definitely had more people comment on this. I think I am gonna fix that. I won't have time for it right now with the demo stuff. Maybe at some point, but I am gonna slightly tweak the intro to the game, because I feel like we definitely need a little bit more of a clear explanation as to what you're doing here. That is a good shout. Yeah. Overall, I think these tweets are going to be quite good. I'll see, I'll try and get this build up today. Unfortunately though, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is gonna have to be it for today. I do need to get out of here. As always though, thank you all so much for hanging out. Please stick around for the raid. Quit to the menu, start again to warp to the lost bench. Nice to see you doing some patching and that you've had some good feedback on the game. Yeah, so far I'm feeling really good about the general reception. Definitely are some tweaks we want to do, but we are getting through that. I think already, like, even the last update, I probably should have done a Steam announcement for that one. I think that would have been good. But that one definitely improved a lot of things. Ads should be over, welcome back people. As I was saying, I unfortunately do need to end it here, but please stick around for the raid. And of course, most importantly, I need any help I can get for this launch and for the festival. So if you haven't, the number one thing that I ask of you is please go and try the demo. Make sure to play it, make sure to leave a review if you enjoyed it. That would mean very much to me. It's the number one way to support the development as of right now. So let's have a look, ladies and gentlemen. Who should we go to today? We have quite a lot of people on. let's jump over to... We could go to Timbo Det. It's been quite a long time. You know what? We also have Jackie Codes on. I actually don't think I've ever had the opportunity to raid her. I've been following her for quite some time, but I don't think I've ever raided her. And it looks like she pretty much just started as well, so that sounds like a pretty good one to go for. I got 85 minutes of playtime. Cheers, let's go. Thank you very much for playing the demo whale. Let's hope it helps the algo. I think it should. I think they do take playtime into consideration as far as I'm aware. I'm back, buddy. Welcome back, Moskai. Unfortunately, I do need to get out of here, but it was very nice to have ya. As always, thank you all so much for hanging out. It truly does mean a lot to have you guys here. Shout out to Smalter Kobold and Q Mizo, as well as It's Flannel Beard for the raids today, all the new followers. Of course, if you haven't, make sure to click that little follow button here somewhere. Would appreciate it. Once again, last but not least, please go and play the demo, it would mean a lot to me. Make sure to leave a review, it would really help out. I will be back on Wednesday as per usual. But yeah, until then, I hope all of you have a great one. Let's head over to Jackie Codes, throw that chirpy raid in the chat. Let's go and say hello. And yeah, I'll see you guys on Wednesday. So until then, have a great one. And yeah, cheers.